Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another stream with your boy Indiana Broad, aka James. I'm going to be painting a couple of studies today of wolves, most likely. So, I'm just going to finish off the week, get these wolves out of the way, and then we can move on to some other subjects. Most likely going to be another animal. Maybe lions, because I do portraits and I do landscapes and I do all that stuff regardless, but I like to focus on particular animals, just because able to get something of a maximum benefit out of is repeated studies, just incessant explorations into a very particular topic. Nos, how's it going? Great job on those clouds, by the way. I did a few clouds myself, did a couple of these, and also I did that wolf piece in the bottom left. Now that I think about it, that cropping on that piece is a little bit strange, don't you think? A little bit wide, I think. I don't know why it's that wide. So much dead space in the sea there. Ah, that's okay. Not the biggest deal. We get that nice gentle slope with the wolf, I guess that's okay. But it's not too much of a problem. The clouds themselves are kind of iffy in that piece, I gotta say. They're like okay, they're possible, but they're not crazy good. I want to slightly push the stylization on the clouds. The next time I do a study, I'll do that. Just get one of those really... the super invested edges, I think, is what we need to do. Because that's the only, like, the chance for purchase, I feel like, in clouds, because you have this crazy switch between a super hard edge right over there and a super soft edge. I think I like the way my soft edges resolve, but my hard edges, I'd like those to resolve a little bit better, because right now, they don't really have too much of an identity. I think we could really double down on something on the other here. Maybe do extreme squares, or do what Maddie's doing today in her stream. Just do a bunch of trails, a bunch of rakes there. Always quite possible. But yeah, we're not gonna do that too much. We need to jump in and do some work here. Alright, let me do a quick check on the timer. I will, in fact, restart my Chrome, because latency is a slight issue. Don't know why. Oh, that's I figured it out. I had two tabs open, that's why. Okay. We'll be painting on the way in just a second. Been pushing out more and more original work for time. Usually when I do something original, I kind of give myself about twice the time that I've been taking recently, but I don't think I particularly need it. Of course, it always benefits to keep things a little bit quicker, so we can get more work out there. It is strongly important. Alright, let's hit Control-Shift-T, get our tabs back. Then we can start painting. Also, I'm hoping Tom Chi streams today because I have a surprise for him. I kind of want to be there when he gets it. Okay, so if this infernal machine would finally work, we can finally start painting. My goodness, am I ready for some good old-fashioned studies? Been too much invention and too much thinking throughout the day. I just want to relax and just paint. And am I actually rendering this video in 1080p? What is the point, I ask? Get things down a little bit more. Way too much quality for this stream. Alright, that should be good. Alright, now we do the also important tests on the brush latency, and the results are in. It's not too bad. Okay, I can deal with that. That's perfectly fine. One day I'll have a computer where I don't have to worry about my RAM, but it's not going to be anytime soon. So let's just put the kibosh on the complaining. All right, let's do a bit of a recrop. That should help us a little bit as well. Oddly enough, Photoshop runs like a dream on this computer. Must just be an optimization thing on my current laptop build for Krita. But I'm just so comfortable in the program that I just don't ever want to switch. A quick little crop here, and then we can get started. Okay, let's reset that timer. 3, 2, 1, and we go. Easy enough. The first thing that we want to do on a piece like this is we start with just filling up that canvas with something nice and warm. It's warm in the reference. It makes some sense for us to just start there. Push that temperature towards warm. It's gonna work. I'm gonna alert today, working on programming, don't worry about it. Do what you gotta. Might be a little bit too saturated, then we'll bring that down. I want the truly saturated colors to be in the foreground. However, there are exceptions to that in a few pieces. I did scene studies a while ago that involved a bunch of scenes from Mad Max Fury Road, and the saturation of the sand in that whole production is just so incredibly insane that a lot of the scenes involve the characters themselves being quite desaturated and the sand being super saturated, which is I think a really cool look. Ab, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. Alright, once we've primed our canvas here, we can just jump into trying to figure out exactly where everything goes, which should be simple enough. I'll grab one of those new brushes from Krita, because they have provided us with some new sketch brushes. I'm excited to try them out. I concepted my piece on the bottom left entirely using those brushes. I thought it was a pretty fun experience overall, didn't particularly mind them. Okay, so let's just simplify what we see. So we start with a couple of just vaguely evocative lines. We have a triangle, follow some just general rhythms of that. Should be fine for the beginning. I'll fix the cropping in a little bit. But again, we're just looking for that really abstract shape for the very beginning. It doesn't really help us to be all that specific at this point because we don't really know where everything's laid out. So that lower jaw over there occurs about a little bit more than halfway through the form. That's halfway, that's more than halfway. So right about there is we can conclude just about where it goes. Right now all we really care about is that overall gesture. Tapers a little bit inwards right there. So I like to flip constantly at this point more than any other point in the entire drawing because this is the point where my initial marks are really going to matter. Get that head, maybe a little bit of a curve in there. All my life I've drawn wolves like this, you know? I've drawn a straight brow, straight little curve right there, going right into the snout. But it's not exactly that way because the more I studied the skull of wolves, it's more like this. Where you can start with like a really gradual sort of circle right there. And it goes into the snout very smoothly, like that. And then it goes down, goes into the jaw, and it slowly goes into that neck. And the ears don't even always pop up like that. That's only when they're alert. Ears actually kind of stick closer to the form. That's how you could simplify a wolf head. You see that same gradual sort of gesture over there? Because the issue with doing it like this is that it becomes so heavily like stylized and it doesn't really evoke all that much. There's not much chance for purchase. And Javier, good to see you. Glow, good to see you as well. How you guys doing? Also, I made the snouts on wolves too large. Because I've been drawing them from imagination in my sketchbook, right? So whenever I do a study on stream, you can always rest assured that I'm doing the same studies off stream without any reference, just to be able to kind of figure out exactly where my strengths and weaknesses lie with any particular topic. And for wolves, that's one of the things I've been noticing. I've been making those snouts just so long, but in fact they're very stubby. We don't really need to jump into there. Thanks for the shout out, Anjavir. How's it going, Anjavir? You having a good day? I never saw the final submission, by the way, to the that competition that you were part of a while ago. How'd that go? Robert Ramsey, thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate you. You want to see some work?
Oh, fuck.
Right over there.
I can't believe you've done this.
That's stuff that I've drawn in the last, I'd say a week and a half, I think. Every one of these pieces was drawn in that time period. I draw, you know, with a purpose. So, simply block stuff out. Another mistake that I've been making is I made the ear way too far down. Not really that far down. So what I've been using, at least if I have reference on hand, is I've been trying to look at that negative shape right there. You see the shape right there? That's been useful to find out, right? So all we need to do is you need to find that shape on our drawing, which is just about that much, right? Leave some space for the mouth right there. And then that'll give us a gesture line to go all the way back here. So now everything is somewhat controlled. So the ears aren't super in the back, so we just gotta worry about that. So we got almost every feature placed right now, to the most part. And at this point we can kind of make a little bit of a change if we want to. We can make the snout a bit more snouty. But I'll choose to leave it as is for the time being, it's fine. Also, another thing, right? I keep talking about things that I get wrong while drawing wolves because I've been drawing them from imagination. So you know the little puppy maw they have? Little maw from the front, it looks like this, right? So that actually happens a lot later than I thought. So I was going to draw the entire wolf again, so I draw the circle, right, for the entire head. I bring it down into the snout. I bring it back, I bring it down into the main, right? I have the ears right there. So when I put the marking right here, there are two things. One is that the actual mouth itself, it stops quite early, so it kind of stops right over there. And the little puppy maw thing, that happens way behind. It happens somewhere over there. That's what you're left with. So you can see that actually, and it happens a lot lower by the way, because their lower jaws are not that strong. So you can see that in this piece over here. That was like the biggest thing that I had to fix in the proportion phase. You see that? Happens way lower than you think. And look at how beautiful those curves are. All my life I've been drawing wolves a bit too angular, but I just love how subtle those curves are. Really nice. Stop calling me out on that elf still fixing. I'll do it tomorrow. Wasn't the deadline the day you were doing it then? So that's why I just think it's done. I'm not trying to rush you, Jesus. Is it rough with these wolves in the Discord? Yes, it should be. How's it going, Guitar? Good to see you. Have you pop in here. But yeah, we don't have to care too much about it. So a lot of people do line art, and I don't really like doing line art too much. So if you're like me and you don't like line on stage, then maybe there's a lot I can teach you. But what I like to do is I like to do block-ins. So I block in areas as opposed to trying to do things really specifically, and I kind of solve all of my proportional issues through paint. That's how I like to do my stuff. Because I see value and I see shape so much better than I see like contour and outline. So it just helps me a lot in my paintings if I just spend as little time as I can at this particular stage. So I can make those big changes really quickly if I do it the other way. So I'm painting this intentionally smaller, by the way, because again my entire canvas is lagging, so I'm painting this with the idea of cropping inwards later on, and I will do that right now. Okay, so we're cropped inwards. We have the placement of the majority of the features. We can at this point just jump directly into the painting, but we'll do a couple of things, right? I think the important thing to do right here is we need to define those little layers of fur. You remember this painting over here that we did? There's very distinct ideas on the wolf about exactly how that fur is being layered one on top of the other. So it's great to think about it in terms of like this structured group of layered fur, because that just looks good. It looks like there's a sense to it, because there is a sense to it, right? The way that the fur inserts into the flesh, I mean that has a lot of sense to it. So we need to maintain that same rhythm in our piece. So what do? So we have a big one right here, a big little piece of fur, and there's another one over here that I was focusing on this one for my cloud piece, but there's another little patch right there, right? This patch it separates, like it pops out because it kind of corners around because it's a circular form like this, right, or a cylindrical form. So as it curves out, there's a little bit that sticks out that way, and then it goes that way again. So that's this part. So I'm just going to separate it out a little bit. Just going to figure out where that's going to lie. How about that? That's fine. So it's not a very pretty thing doing a block-in. You're not doing it to try and impress anybody with your ability to put down really cool lines. But it does help you immensely, at least me particularly, because again, I don't want to spend all that much time, and in fact I could just do this with paint. I do block-ins particularly just to get better at block-ins, so when I actually need them I can use them. I don't need to do the block-in for any of these because I've done enough wolf paintings that I know what to look for. But if I was drawing something unfamiliar, then having a good block-in is important. Okay, so we'll do something right now. The background is a little bit too red and saturated for my liking at the moment. So we can't just start painting on top of this. So what we'll do is this. Let's just quickly mask out our wolf here. It doesn't have to be clean or anything. It's just like a general idea. Not pretty vague about it. And I want to fill this with something a bit more neutral and a bit lighter. Because again, the wolf is lighter and more neutral compared to the background. So we'll just jump in. We'll put a couple of strokes down. Just enough to kind of make a difference. Because when I have a bleed through, I don't want it to bleed through into that background color. And I really don't want. That's sufficient now. We have our separation now already. On 7th October? Okay, I get you. 7th. How's it going, Guitar Man? You doing okay? Alright with you? So already we have a couple of problems in the shape. Its ear kind of is escaping where it should go. That's fine, we can deal with that in a second. So at this point, let's kind of establish a good strong graphic read, because there's certain elements in this piece that are very much darker than others. So let's start putting those in, because not only will they kind of get the drawing into more of a completion stage, but also they're just easy to spot on the reference, which means it's easy to put them down with some amount of confidence. That's important because we need enough landmarks on the piece for us to be able to find their way, because again, when you do block-ins, you don't have all that much real estate to work with on the canvas. So it's good to kind of find these points that you can be very assured of. You can be very, very certain that, okay, with this particular point, I know it's going to be here and I know it's going to be shaped in this particular way. Also at this point, I can start putting some of the colors down. I like to work directly in color. Always a big fan of just directly putting down color on the canvas. Doesn't make too much sense to me to wait too long or to do stuff in grayscale. It is helpful to check grayscale, but doing it in grayscale directly, that's something that's very preferential on the artist, and I am one of those artists that don't like doing it. You know what, let's just transform those little dark areas. We'll add a bit of cool on there, because I want to add more of a warm-cool balance in the picture. So we'll just throw that. Also, I don't actually want my lines to be in a separate layer. We'll tone the actual effect of the lines down, and I'm going to collapse everything into one layer, because I don't like working on multiple. So now everything's on one layer. So let's make some really strong committed changes to the picture, right? Let's get everything started quite soon. So instead of using that little pastel brush that I was using, I'm going to use this, which is a lot harsher, right? So let's just jump in and put in some dark areas, shall we? So already there's going to be a conflict up here, which is there's a dark on a dark, so it's not going to be resolved well. There are a few ways of resolving that we'll do in a second. Okay, so now we just got to paint some darks in, so it's around the muzzle, those big, dark, beautiful lips that the dogs have, right over there. Have a dark right there near the ear cavity. It's going to be darks right over there as well. These ones are going to be a bit warmer though, so quickly go there into the color wheel and then make them warmer. Going to be a couple of warms here. And some across the body right there. That also will be a little bit lighter and warmer. How about that? That's fine. And I can actually use this to kind of draw out the leg right there. That's fine. Which channel? Couldn't find one. Actually, let me see if I actually have it uploaded. And because there's so many wolf references on the Discord. Also join the Discord if you want to paint along. Let me see. Okay, I think I posted the wrong one of them howling. Alright, let me put it there for you. You're waiting to contact CGMA right now, so you're investing into CGMA, Anjivir? Cool. It's gonna be exciting. Big commit. Well, not super big, better than the other ones. But yeah, it's good to have some structure there. And ultimately, when it comes down to like any sort of high-level art education, it's not super important past a certain point who's teaching. Because ultimately, like, these courses are only useful when we do the work, so it's really the work that matters at the end. Okay, I got both references. As long as you're committing to your deliverables, you should be fine. Already good. Which helps a lot. Apologies, just getting this reference. Okay. Posted the one, which is... There we go. Alright, both of them should be on there now. Yeah, thanks for saying something, because I just expected they would be. Alright, let's continue. We're 12 minutes in. We're spending a bit of time on explanation, but that's okay. Alright. So, one of the biggest themes over here that we're going to be doing, and it's a theme for basically all types of art that we do for some amount of speed, is we try to simplify whenever we can, right? So if you see a color, if you see any sort of color or value or whatever have you, when you have it on your brush, it's your business, it's your solemn duty as an artist, say, okay, well, I have a certain value, I have a certain color, I'm going to look for every opportunity that I can to employ that particular color, right? That's the idea of reuse. We talk about reuse quite often here, and reuse is used by so many types of artists, right? From watercolor to gouache, digital painting, everybody uses reuse. It's all the craze. And for good reason, because this fulfills all those things that we really need in a digital painting, because simplification is the goal here. You want to be able to simplify. You want to be able to convey things in as little strokes as possible. Because it helps us to be faster and also helps us to be more intentional with our stuff, right? So it's just a good idea in general to just kind of know where things need to go, what needs to go where, and what can go in more than one place. Because it's invariably going to be in a lot of references are going to be that way. Very seldom on any painting will a particular value or a particular color be exclusively to one singular area. And if it is indeed the case, it's probably the artist's choice. But in nature, not very likely. So it makes some amount of sense for us to just think about things a little bit more simply, because that's what we gotta do, right? We gotta act like a filter. Also, something I'm doing here is that when I'm trying to make a change to my painting, and when I want to make a change to my picked value, I make it maybe once or twice, but I don't do it all that many times. After a certain point, I just stick with it. I don't really care if it's accurate or not. I'm not a stickler for it. Past a certain point, it's going to be fine, because either it works, right? Either the temperature is enough so that it's going to work, even if it's inaccurate to the reference, or it's going to be very clear that it's not okay. Later on in the piece, I will change it. But it doesn't make any sense for us to kind of wait too long and then try to pick the perfect value every single time. Sure, in a couple of those instances, we will indeed save some time. But if you try to wait far too long for every single value, especially at the current skill level that I'm at, it doesn't make all that much sense to do that. Simply because I know that after a certain point I'll always be able to find it. I'll always be able to locate that particular value when it's in context. And that's the key to that kind of ideology. We establish the context, we establish it completely, which means we paint everything in the entire painting. So we don't finish the painting, but we cover the entire canvas in paint, so things are in context. And then, following which, we make our assumption, we make our conclusions. Say, okay, that doesn't make any sense. Mama Fox, it's good to see you. How's your day going? Everything's alright with you? I've been painting wolves all throughout this week. Here's some examples of those. Those are tigers, those aren't wolves. Yeah, my wolves. There are quite a few of them. I hope you enjoy. So I'm not trying to really resolve any of the edges at this point. It's sufficient for us to right now just sort of figure out exactly where these lights and where these darks gonna go, and then we can take care of everything else with texture if need arises. But specific texture is also something that we don't have to really care about too much. In fact, I think I made a mistake over there by caring about it way too much, but we don't have to. A lot of oil painters that have painted throughout the years. Oh, Jesus, throughout the years. My voice is actually really, really rough right now, but for those of you that stick around for the raid, you'll find out why. But oil painters don't really consider strong notions of texture, or rather specific texture, that is, to what it is they're drawing. Most of the time, when you just put some amount of disturbance in a certain area in your painting, it should be fine. It should be perfectly okay, because your viewer, your audience, or whoever's looking at your painting is going to be viewing it from a distance, and at a certain distance, which is, very common. If you look at stuff on our phones, for example, that's a lot of distance. The specific amount of detail that you require for your texture dramatically decreases. You don't need nearly as much as you think. I think it's fairly important. And just in general, we should try and do less, right? Try and do less work on a canvas. Which seems kind of contradictory, right? Why do you want to be lazy? But I think you do want to be lazy. You do want to think strongly about how can I arrive at this conclusion the earliest? What is a minimum requirement? I think those are good questions to ask. Because kind of detailing a piece is almost easy to a certain point, I think. It's easy to just zoom in there and just do a bunch of stuff up past a certain point, but like, how quickly can we get to that stage is the real question. Not to say finishing a piece is easy, though. It's not. But finishing a piece is not oftentimes priority, right? Just getting it to look finished, that's sufficient. There's a saying in a lot of painters, I heard this from Nathan Fox, but the saying goes, it takes 1/3 of the time to make something look good, and the rest of the time is to make something look perfect. But oftentimes good is good enough, which I think is a really good saying, and it makes a lot of sense to me. And this is almost evident if you're like me and you watch a ton of speed painting videos on YouTube. It's very common that Like they'll establish everything, the value statement, composition, colors, you know, all the necessary components for the painting. Everything will be established really, really quickly. And then I'm like, oh cool, the video must be nearly over. And then I check the slider, right? And then it's like a third of the video or 2/3 of the video is remaining. And I'm like, okay, that's my valuation's a bit wrong, but not really. It's because I'm watching it on a phone, for example, right? And on a phone, the difference between minute 15 and minute 35 is very, very negligible. It's only if you're gonna sell the work or blow it up or whatever. It really matters. But it's food for thought. It's worth considering, I think. If only for the reason that there's so much of counter advice going on there, right? Everybody's like, ah, put work into your painting, all this effort into your paintings, and I agree, right? But you know, what's the point in echoing that? Give a bit of a counterpoint to it. Greg Mullins, one of the greatest digital painters of our time, and arguably ever, right? That dude cemented his place in history. He has a saying that goes, for every example, especially in art, there's always a counterexample. Very, very difficult for us to say hard rules for anything. Which is completely true, right? It's completely true. And I think it's a good way of thinking, even though it's a very annoying way of thinking. Especially if you're kind of new to art in general. You're new to the concept of art, concept of painting. And you're a beginner. That can be a very, very terrible thing to hear. The idea that there are no fixed answers sucks. Really sucks. I tell you how much it sucks because I heard that in my first or second month of painting from Craig Mullins, because I took a course by him. And I was just so pissed off. But now, once I have a little bit of experience under my belt, I mean, it kind of makes sense, and it's almost something to be celebrated. Sarah, how's it going? Good to see you. How's it going? You having a good day so far? I hope you had a good TwitchCon. Glad you made it back safe. Go follow Sarah, aka Silent Speaker. Killing it. This is why I say, like, cover everything with paint as soon as possible, because now it's really easy for me to just go back and forth. Like, my job's basically done at this point, is just making changes, because I covered enough of the canvas where I can start making these really objective claims about what's what, which is really fantastic. It's like a big load off my back. So far, yes. I like how you're hedging your bet, like it's gonna go terribly soon. Will you be streaming later today? What are the plans? But it's already looking decidedly wolf-like, right? And that's kind of thanks to our explorations in the block end, which is nice. But we are going to time this for an hour, and it's already 21 minutes. And we already have it looking like a wolf, right? So mission succeeded, I guess. I want to have a nice saturated, warm color somewhere in this piece, like just a really nice saturated color. I don't think I can get that. I don't think I can get it with my current palette. So what I'll do is I'm just gonna get that value artificially. I'm gonna just burn a certain area over here. I'm gonna burn it into a saturated warm. I'm gonna sample that color and get rid of it. And now I have a burnt color into my brushes right now. I have a burnt value, a burnt warm value. And now I'm gonna use that value somewhere. Oftentimes you don't have to do that, by the way. You don't have to do it it's a very backhanded way of getting that particular color, but it's important to me because I see color fairly decently these days, and it matters to me if that dark is saturated or not saturated. It really does bother me if it's not. Those certain dead darknesses will kill a painting, and you wouldn't even know why it's being killed, but it's gonna die. It happens a lot in landscape painting as well, when people don't like saturate the darknesses, especially warm saturated darknesses in rocks, for example. It's a big deal. It really does bother me. I do plan on streaming today. I've been drawing a bird every day in October, and I plan on doing today's bird on stream. Excellent. A bird every day. You're up to the task. You're quite prepared for it as well, because you were doing something quite similar the days and weeks leading up to October. See, I can't really see that color right there near the snout, but this is a really interesting thing because I can only not see one color properly, which is desat red. So whenever I can't see a color, I immediately just put desat red there, and it's usually correct. And I think in this case it is correct. It's a really funny thing. But I can never like really see that color like exactly when it's on a canvas. And I'm pretty good with looking at colors these days because I've spent so much time studying color. Hi Eddie, how's it going? You having a good day so far? It was good to see you in Maddie's chat earlier. So we need to solve a problem here, which is the mouth is not being silhouetted properly against the background, mainly because, well, two reasons. One is the background's a bit darker, and two, the fact that we don't have the rim light. So how do we solve this? 1, 2, or all of the above? I'm going to say just the rim light, because I don't want to overstate that too much. Because I don't think we need that background to be any more lighter than it is. So we'll solve it using rim light. The proportional issue somewhere in there. But I get to decide whether it's enough for me to actually take some action. Like, is it wolfy enough without me doing anything? It's a fair question to ask, right? All of your wolves have been looking so amazing. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, they've been really fun to paint. Wolves have not been very kind to me in the past, so whenever I have memories of something treating me poorly, I tend to double down and really, really bring my A game. I feel like I've been doing that. At least off stream. I've been really enjoying my off stream paintings because I wake up in the morning, I get a couple of sets of pull-ups out there, and then I just jump and start to do a painting. It's been really fun. And a lot of work done that way. We need to reserve some areas of high saturation in here, and I think I'm going to just choose as red as that particular element is going to be heavily saturated to the piece. So let's introduce this saturated red in a few areas. And we'll make sure we get the form of these little things right as well. For example, there's a form right there, near the nose, creating a little bit of a taper. Very cool. So let's cut this value right there on the nose, make it a bit more straighter. And I also want to indicate the fact that the nose has a highlight on it. So I paint very dirtily, you notice? But that's fine, it suits my paintings perfectly fine because I never tend to zoom, and chances are neither do you. Look at my stuff. I don't think you'd want to even because there's no detail on it ever. But even then, like most people, I feel like, even though people like me, I think a lot of you guys that are artists will love like zooming in and looking at those beautiful little details. I think it's fair to say, and this doesn't come from me, it comes from other professional artists, that people don't really care all that much about the little details. So when you're trying to make something that's, just to kind of get your name out there or whatever, or just to kind of go around the rounds as an artist, you don't really have to think that much about it. The amount of pressure is dramatically reduced. For a portfolio piece, 100% just jump in, give it your A game. Anything else, you're gonna be okay. The pressure's kind of off. Just do what makes you happy, and if it's past its course, then abandon it. I'm sure it'll look fine. People have been telling me to apply for a table at next year's TwitchCon. I think I need to draw a few wolf pieces before I even think about it. Well, I've been drawing wolf pieces for a while and I haven't tabled at TwitchCon, so we have something to learn from each other. And get those darks down there. I only ever add little details for me. I know others don't care. There you go. What makes you happy? Also, the time is pretty important as well. But ultimately, that's up to you. Well, to a certain extent, it really depends on just how much you want to make that a focus. I think it should be a focus on every artist, but ultimately, what else should be a focus? Having fun, enjoying your work, enjoying your pieces. People tend to put a little bit too much emphasis on this notion of discipline over the idea of enjoyment. I think enjoyment's powerful. I think it's really powerful. The idea that you want to paint, you want to get out there, you want to do work that's good. That's a really powerful, powerful tool. Shouldn't be underestimated. Because I certainly want to paint every single day. I want to get up and I want to draw pieces. I think that's good because the pressure's kind of off on me. That way when something happens, like for example last week when my dog was dying, then I can call upon my discipline, right? It's not like I can't be disciplined when it comes to this. And then I can keep painting regardless of what happens. But continuously forcing myself to do something, because that's how I interpret the word discipline, right? It's like doing something regardless. Not really required, right? We can put ourselves in a position where it's not always, so demanding on us. Okay. Well, we're getting a pretty wolf-like read right now, right? So things are being covered in darkness. The dog's fine, Heidi. He's doing okay. We got the results back. I think I announced that last stream. Tumor is benign. Yeah, we're doing fine now. Pressure's off, mate. I didn't stream though. That I don't think I could have managed. That was really kind of out of the cards. But yeah, we're doing fine now. Everything's fine. What a little fucker as well. It's like he's just like 6 or 7 years old. His brother, quote unquote, is pushing 15 right now. He's doing fine. I mean, 2 months into this dude upped and died when he was half the age. Edges are going to play a big part in most paintings, so it's good to keep into consideration. And this kind of ties back into the idea that we talked about earlier, which is, how much do you really need to make a piece seem complete? And the answer is not really that much. And edges are a big part of that, because when you have a hard edge, that means you need to go there intentionally and then do a bunch of shit just to make sure that particular edge is resolved well, right? Because when something is hard, it means it's very easy to kind of point out if it's correct or incorrect, because it's so strongly resolved. But really, a painting deserves to have a good, healthy balance between soft and hard edges. And if your painting doesn't have this, then it's a problem. It's something that needs to be explored. Because this is a free avenue of interest, you see. That's like the key thing that needs to kind of resonate with people, is the idea that in any sort of picture making, in any sort of painting, there are certain things you can do that's always going to be interesting to the viewer. And difference is inherently interesting, right? The notion of having a difference. Now, the difference could be with so many different qualities, right? So it can be a difference in the idea of contrast, literally. So your light against darks. It could be a difference in terms of amount of detail in certain areas. And also, most importantly, it can be a difference in this notion of edges, the way that shapes resolve into other shapes. That's a big one. It's a really big one. Can't not consider it. Because when you see an extreme hard contrasted with an extreme soft, to me personally, it's almost like a part of my brain unclenches at the sight of it. It's a very palpable kind of effect. And it's important, I feel like, to capture, because it's just, I might be exaggerating my own taste for it, but it's just good to kind of put into a painting. This is an avenue, right? And this is a choice by the artist, not to use. You don't have to do everything with a bunch of edges, but realize that if you aren't doing it, and it's not a conscious decision by you as an artist that you're not doing it, think about it. You have to. Like I said before, and I say this all the time on my stream, because this is one of the primary mistakes I've made, and to learn and get better, is that if you are doing something unintentionally, you can't say that's your style. Style is totally, you have to consider why you're doing things and do it for a very particular reason. Right? Lack of information, or predilection, or natural inclination that is, most of the time goes against what's generally understood about certain topics. That's not style, right? That's just a bit of a delusion. Harsh way of saying that, but it's true. It's really worth thinking about. Because, for example, I used to draw faces a bit long, and people used to be like, "Oh, I kind of like that style, dude. It's like it's you," and I'm like, "Yeah." When people told that to me enough times, I started to believe it. That is my style. I draw people's faces a bit long. I draw women a bit masculine. That's my style. But really, is it though? Is it a style if I can't turn it off? Four years ago, I was told my potato chihuahua only had a few months to live, but she was still huffing and puffing. Dude, Bonnie's dog Doodles, she had a heart murmur when she was born, and they said that she would never make it past a day. She lived a very long life. Passed away earlier this year. So we're reading pretty distinctly wolf-like already, and it's just 33 minutes into the painting, so again, pressure's kind of off at this point. Pressure's really off. Not that there was any really begin with. We just started this and we're here. What really helped me with the blocking initially is just the idea that I knew what to look for. I painted enough wolves this week to kind of know where I'm falling down. So this gear is doing that thing that I warned us about earlier. It's going a bit too long, so I'm just going to bring that in a bit more. Yeah, they got much better. But what I said about style is an important thing. I feel like it's a hard thing to actually fathom as well, because it does hold you back. Stuff like that does really hold us back. It's all part of that, you know, how people say have a learner's mentality. See, I'm layering this fur, by the way. So sometimes I won't do this at all because there's just no time for doing it. There's no time to kind of just get into this layered fur idea. It's much better to just simplify, but right now we have a little bit of time. So I'll dabble in it. I don't know exactly how much I'm going to keep in, but I'll dabble a little bit. Play a little bit of ball, why not? Dude, how beautiful were those clouds by Maddie days ago? How beautiful were those clouds? Can't wait for her to upload those. I actually want to look at them. It's a very, second one especially, she did a really cool simplification. Really want to just look at what she did. Super fascinating stuff. So it doesn't matter if I don't paint every individual fold, but the rhythm should still maintain, right? This rhythm of there, 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 that needs to be maintained, regardless of what I do. So every mark I make should be somewhat trying to maintain that rhythm. Let's have a little bit of a transition right there. Oh, what are you doing? It's the wrong brush, that's okay. Bit of transition right there, easy enough. I want to add just another bit of a lost edge. I don't really know where to add it, so I'll just choose something at random at some point. Blur our eyes and do a quick little check. That's one of your primary tools to kind of figure out where things are going and where things are going wrong. We defocus our eyes time to time on the piece. And we'll kind of identify exactly where we're really hitting the mark and where we're not. It also helps with simplification as well. Big deal. We blur and then we're able to make connections that otherwise we may not be able to. Especially when things are so closely packed together. It's called optical mixing. If you've had a bunch of black dots on an extremely white canvas, the result would be optically grey, but we wouldn't necessarily think grey when we saw it. Like if we saw it from this particular perspective, really zoomed in, we wouldn't see grey, would we? But it is grey, technically. There's a whole bunch of optical mixing techniques that we use by a variety of artists at so many times. A big one is by Seurat and Monet. They are masters of this idea because a lot of optical mixing happens in plein air painting. Those guys did a lot of plein air. They had to try to emulate this notion of the sky mixing in such unique ways, especially morning and the final rays of dusk. I'm sorry, yeah, dusk is correct, right? In the evening? Yeah, the dusk rays, for example. It does a very unique mixing stuff, which they tried to capture, and one of the solutions was to try and have that filtering kind of effect. They did it using, I believe it was pastels, most likely. Did you do the cloud wolf as part of Maddie's stream, or is it just, or it just inspired you? Well, I mean, I painted a couple of clouds, and generally when I was painting so many wolves that I was like, okay, I want to paint a wolf today, but I just finished a cloud study, so I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's just combine them. Because why not, right? It was because the cloud itself was not drawn very well. Like if you look at that piece on Instagram, for example, go like my Instagram. But if you look at that piece on Instagram, you'll see the cloud itself is not developed very well. So as a cloud study, it kind of fails. But to a certain point it has to. There's a lot of unique problem solving that happens there. The solution is layering, by the way. Layering clouds one on top of the other to give the image, the semblance. I didn't do any of that, I just drew it quite straight, but it's not the biggest deal. It's actually okay. Like it still somewhat holds as a cloud, which is all that we really require. And by I mean layering, I mean the fact that when you want to have those many complex shapes, sometimes it just doesn't become a cloud anymore because of the way it turns and the way it reacts to light. So the solution there is to have a bunch of clouds layered on top of each other. And then you can get whatever shape you want because of the way the layering works. You can get highlights where there would be shadow. But I didn't do that because it wasn't because I didn't plan for it and I was running out of time to complete the piece. I want to canvas brush this a little bit better than. What about you? What about you? The idea I like? Yeah, I think the idea is good. I'm never really lacking for ideas. I think my execution could use some work there. I don't really like that canvas texture. Do you like the canvas texture? I think it's gonna. I could make it work. Let's make it work. So to be not as heavy-handed. So I'll start right here. So one of the biggest things that I ever learned, and I paint with so much texture, but one of the biggest things I ever learned about texture is you never ever make the mistake of thinking that a texture brush should do all the work by itself. Texture brushes are the best when they work in conjunction with other texture brushes, and that's the biggest thing to remember. Right? Otherwise you will dismiss so many good brushes if you don't remember that at every point. You'll dismiss so many good mark making brushes because they don't really hold by themselves too well, but when combined with other brushes they will blow your mind. Not just that, but the idea is that because you can combine brushes, it's much easier for you to kind of get your own little look to your painting. If you use a particular bunch of brushes in a particular, particular order, for example, that'll give you yourself a very unique look, like a really unique look to your work. And it's worth thinking about. It's really worth thinking about because this notion of unique look, more and more with how free tools are becoming in art in general, everybody's work is starting to look very much the same. So if you want to break out of that cycle, it's worth thinking about these combinations because that's one of the things that's going to separate you out from everybody else. Like the way you conclude in a particular edge type, the way how do you resolve to soft, how do you resolve to hard? It's a valid question. It's a really valid question. Do you do these pieces in one layer? Yep. It's all one layer. Cloud Wolf on Instagram. Screen captain put it in my. You stole my work. I'm kidding. The screen cap people's work all the time. It's kind of you though. Thank you. Very kind notion. I'm adding a bit of disturbance to the mouth right there. See, this is part of my point, by the way. The idea that look at this weird texture that I'm putting on here. I mean, it doesn't really look like anything, but when we're this far behind, then it starts looking like fur. Right, because it's really just an audio disturbance. That's all it is, really. So why don't we just paint an audio disturbance? Why go to the trouble of trying to pick a fur brush or a rake or something like that? We don't need it. So we can get away with not doing that. Right, alternatively, I could just use this brush, right? It's just a straight up pastel brush. And even that might, if I layer it like this, for example, if I keep doing this, but I do it at a very small level, even then I can get enough disturbance. That's all we gotta think about, right? Because it's not a hard edge, it's not a soft edge. Well, technically it is a hard edge, but it's a hard edge that has much more softness than some of our other hard edges in the painting. So we can just resolve it this way. And again, that goes back to the earlier point of saying that how do you make the claim that something is hard? How do you make the claim that something is hard in your piece, right? How do you resolve that? And the way you do it, and if you do it consistently, can really add to your style. Artists like Marco Bucci, for example, will talk about brushwork as entirely a stylistic thing, right? Because the way you put your marks on your painting, it's a really, really personal thing. Because people will, they'll be very forceful, they'll be very evocative, they'll be very direct, they'll be as photorealistic as possible. So many ways of like putting a mark down. That'll oftentimes determine what the read is of the person, what the look is of your work. Because honestly, when you look at a lot of master paintings from back in the day, look at Leyendecker, even look at people even before that, like Sargent, for example. And what you do is you apply a noise reduction filter to their work and just look at what the shapes look like. Look at the design of the piece. really they look quite similar. They don't look all that different. There's not all that much crazy. Like certainly some, particularly Sargent might be a bad example of that because of how he simplifies. But the majority of people, like they all simplify shapes very similarly. So what does that mean? That means the basis for all our work, the base idea, if you get to a master level, the way that you simplify a face, for example, the way that you simplify clothing, the majority of the shapes look awfully similar. So why are those artists, why do they look so different in the way that their pieces are, right? Why do they look so different? It's really the way they kind of apply their strokes, like the way, because remember we did a noise reduction filter. That's what kind of even the playing field. But brushwork is noise, that's what it is. And that's really the secret. So you'll find artists that do such a variety of things to kind of get that noise, right? To get that noise in a way that is very unique to them particularly as an artist. And don't get me wrong, a bunch of artists gonna make their living on having these particular stylizations, of course. Like look at Max Greg, for example, great example. Max Greg, really good artist, really good artist in anything that he does. By the way, he's very skilled. However, why does he make those big bucks, man? Why does he get hired by Blizzard? It's because of his method of stylization of shape, right? So he stylizes shape much better than a lot of us do. But beyond that, when it comes to just mark making, that's also a big deal and can really make the difference between like our work and that of a pro. That of a pro of note, somebody that you should remember. In general, I don't like the canvas texture. Program brushes are a different thing. In Instagram, you can't really see well the brush texture as the picture is too small to actually see detail. Yeah, that's part of what we're talking about as well, yeah. The fact that it's so small that sometimes it doesn't really matter. Of course, if you do stuff like me, when you draw these big old pachyderm strokes, sometimes it's very obvious if I'm using a stupid texture. And I try to be smarter than that most of the time. Something I want to get better at eventually, and this is ultimately again a stylistic thing, but it could be cool on my pieces, is the idea that I want to add more continuous strokes, because I think continuous strokes look really appealing. But yeah, I just have to configure a few things on my tablet for that to happen. I actually want to put more continuous stuff into my work, into my even my study work. It would just look really cool. There are a bunch of occlusions in there that I'm going to be painting at some point. Probably have to be soon though, because we are 46 minutes in. We have our wolf raid, dude. We have the wolf raid quite strongly already, so. And we did 30 minutes in as well, if you realize. So like I said, pressure's off. The thing is, this is such a distinctively wolf sort of pose as well, so it makes our work so much easier. Also, there's not really any strong shadows. The piece is very evenly lit, so not a crazy demand, and I was trying to develop really interesting shadows. I got this new shading brush from the Krita devs on their new video. It's kind of cool, isn't it? So we'll use it in a few places over here, because I want to kind of scatter some dark red in certain areas here. We'll use it with low pressure, and it'll make an interesting mark, so why not? That's what I'm saying, man, like interesting marks. People like Marco Bucci, for example, that dude, his entire career is built on interesting mark making with a bunch of different brush combinations, so he's actually who I learned this idea from, and he's absolutely right. I mean, he's completely right, and it goes to show that if you discover these kind of things first, then you can easily make a living just based on your unique discovery of a certain brush look, which is a very, very interesting thing. Just holy shit. That it does good work. Oh Jesus, what the fuck is that? Alright, it's gone now. It came out of nowhere. But yeah, back to what we were talking about. It's a really interesting thing. So after you get to a certain point with the fundamentals, there's going to be a point where I think everybody needs to switch. I wonder if I'm past that point. It's hard for me to say because I'm not an expert in the subject, but how do you resolve certain things, right? Because, well, some of us, like a lot of us are trying to be artists, right? Like how do we be the artists that we're supposed to be, right? Or the artists that we really want to be? Like what's us on the canvas? Because while it does certainly pay to be derivative as an artist early on in your career, early on in your learning especially, as you progress, what really speaks to our style. Like for example, Canvas, he's tackling this issue right now, right? And that's what he's doing. He's really trying to find a unique way of applying himself, which is kind of benefiting. So he's going at this the exact opposite way that I'm doing it. So while then, like for example, some of his pieces will lack good proportion, but the way that he's resolved certain edges is just super appealing. And really why his piece is going to stand out, because it's not like that's a shitty piece because it has bad proportions. Like, oh, the proportion might be a little bit off, but I really like how you did this particular thing right there. So that's a really dangerous thing right there, because what happens when the proportion isn't off? It's a super successful piece, far more so than something that I would make for something. And he's doing exactly just that, by the way. Like his props becoming so much better. These some pieces that I've seen lately. And yeah, his work's gonna be way better than mine. Like decidedly better than mine. No time. And he's like 6 years or younger than me. So good for him. Good lesson to learn as well. Way too much noise going down on the bottom of the canvas. It's kind of ruining the picture for me. So some simplification is needed. Too much mark making in the bottom. So what we're going to do, we're going to just grossly simplify some of these areas. And at this point I can also make some little value corrections that I could not earlier. So we're just going to simply lessen the effect here. This whole area. Just in the interest of a better picture. A bunch of the colors, you see I'm very rarely going all the way here to my color wheel. So much of the decision making is already done. Now we're just throwing the color around and seeing if it sticks in certain areas. Which is exactly what we should do, by the way. We don't want to be oversaturating, quite literally, and we also don't want to be oversaturating the color space of the drawing. There's a certain point in every painting where you need to stop adding shit to it and start rearranging. For me in studies particularly, it's usually around, say, halfway through the painting. This kind of starts, and then I can maybe add one or two after that. But at the very beginning is where you just really start to throw shit around like a monkey, and then later on is where you kind of give things proper form. Figure out where certain things need to go. Just restructure. This won't matter all that much when you're doing something fun like fur, but when you're doing something like a face, for example, man, does that matter so much. It matters so much because you'll just keep ruining a face until we figure this idea out at least a little bit. Especially female faces. If you're bad at female faces, please, for the love of God, once you have like 5 values down on the face, please stop putting values down. Start rearranging, unless your values suck, in case I can't help you, but you're good with value, which most of the people are, at least like somewhat good with value. Once you put those initial ideas down, stop adding value, just stop. Get the shapes where they need to go and then add more value if you want. Because my goodness, did it take me a long time to figure this out. It was just so stupidly long, I just couldn't figure it out what's happening. I'm drawing like men from every single angle and I can't draw women from one angle. What a frustrating idea. But really that's what it is. I want to slightly sharpen up the edges as I go closer and closer to the wolf's head. That may help me draw the interest a bit more. Alright, so far. I really don't like when the reference to the right is that I can't see it. I'm painting blind. Because my hand's on top of the reference. Usually I solve this by having the reference on both sides of the image, but I have neglected to do so. Okay, let's get this a little bit of a rim light ahead. Why is there a bus in my neighborhood at this time? Supposed to be illegal, because he's taking an illegal turn. A little bit of light on us. 3 minutes in. Yeah, looks fine. So a couple of little quality of life things for the eye, because again the eye is just kind of put there. It's not a big focus of the piece, but it doesn't matter where it's placed. Let's actually do a little bit of homework there. Get it looking a little bit, just slightly better. But again, this is not gonna go in anything except for maybe a combined post or something, so I'm not worrying too much. Eyes always have a slant to them. Remember that wolves are predators. Predators have forward-facing eyes. Always draw them that notion of a slant. That's what they are. Slanted. And prey, and contrary to that, is they're always side-facing. You need to look for predators. I wonder if there are any exceptions to that. Are there animals that forage? Oh, what about predators that aren't an apex predator that get hunted by other predators? I wonder what their evolution. They probably still have the forward-facing eyes, right? At least I would expect. But these little tidbits of information are good, especially when you're designing creatures. Like, it wouldn't make much sense for you to have a predatory creature in your story and then not have it have those kind of eyes. And you might, counter-argument and say, well, the story that I'm writing, everything's reversed. And they don't have the concepts of what happens in human, or rather Earth-based ecologies. And to that I respond, no. There are certain things that are kind of geared into our heads about this means this, and it's good to kind of just use that to help with clarity of design. Which is the biggest hurdle when designing anything, is to make your design clear. That somebody that looks at it that doesn't even know anything about your story should know what they're looking at. They should know what that means. Like if somebody looks at Darth Vader, for example, nobody goes, "Oh, that looks like a good guy." I'd help him mortgage a house. Fuck no, it's terrifying. Same thing goes with like Toothless's cute form in How to Train Your Dragon. Like his cute form where he doesn't have any teeth. Yeah, cool. That's a friendly dragon right there. Design clarity is important. Monkeys have forward facing, right? Just like us, because they're predatory. How's it going, Bandito, brother? Unless you're trying to design an alien. Even aliens, I would argue. Like, look at Star Wars. So, the reason I'm actually saying this is because it comes from a really, really good course on schoolism. It's called Creature Design with Terrell Whitlatch. Whitlatch has designed so many creatures. It's unbelievable, her body of work. And she's done stuff for Star Wars, for example, for a bunch of Disney films. She basically taught Aaron Blaise how to draw certain animals. That's saying something, because Aaron Blaise has taught me how to draw animals. That was ridiculous. So Terrell Whitlatch is nothing to fuck with. She knows her shit. So she heavily advocates this notion of clarity. And get clarity from design information on our own planet. Information from there. Yeah. The chimps and monkeys, they scare me. They are terrifying. They're really, really terrifying. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe it's because I understand what they can do. But, along with that, I was once placed next to an orangutan in Singapore. And that fucker put his arm around me. And I think it scarred me permanently for life. He put his arm around me, and then it's like a steel beam, like an iron beam around my fucking neck. Yeah, they should be destroyed. Okay, they shouldn't be destroyed, that's harsh. But they should be feared and not tampered with, and definitely shouldn't be used as playthings. Man, that story, the story of that girl that had the chimp that was fined for like 20 years and then it went fucking crazy. That is a terrifying story. That is a story you don't ever want to ever think about ever. But it's true, it's one of those goddamn, I wish I didn't read that story because I'm never gonna forget it now. Like, do you ever realize that? That's one of the few times in my entire life that I've heard a piece of information and I've said to myself, you know what, I'm never gonna forget this. It's always gonna be in my head. And you know what, I was right. I was right, I never forgot it. I never forgot the call to the 911 operator as well and the screams. It's absolutely ridiculous. I've never heard the word defaced used ever. That's where I learned the word defaced. Because if you guys know what I'm talking about, by the way, Google that incident where the chimpanzee ripped the woman's face off. It's ridiculous. Not just her face, but her hands and her just rendered her featureless. Like, there's something different about that, right? Like, you don't even know how to feel about that because you have no reference. 10 times stronger than a human, and a chimp is 5 times stronger? Jesus. I know what we're talking about? Yeah, dude, what an insane story that is. That's terrifying. You guys remember I don't know if some of you guys might be too young, but you guys remember the stories about they wanted to get Mike Tyson to fight a gorilla? Like, man, I'm happy that didn't happen because fucking Mike Tyson would be dead at this point, or severely injured. Are you kidding me? A fucking gorilla? What did they plan to do when when the fight was over? Like, the fucking referee's gonna blow a whistle? The gorilla decides when the fight's over. I'm assuming there's something to do with like a tranq rifle or something. I don't know if they figured out the logistics. I don't think I want to Google that. Yeah, I don't. For Bonnie's, I think for one of her streams, she played on her stream and it disturbed a bunch of people. That's stupid. I mean, I don't know. Some part of me thinks that your boy Mike Tyson may have been able to win. That's just me being a Mike Tyson fanboy. There was another one where the ape or whatnot escaped the zoo and hunted on a lady that used to visit. What? Tell me about it. What the hell? Dude, I don't know, man. I just have such a fear of intelligence. What's the most dangerous animal on the planet? It's us. It's man. What's our most dangerous tool? It's our brains. Anything with a brain comparative to ours, that shit needs to be prohibited. Please. Get me out of here. I used to love dolphins growing up as a kid, but then, so I'm a certified diver. I would much prefer, even though there's not that many incidents, if at all, of dolphins attacking divers, but just because of my pathological fear of them, I honestly prefer diving with sharks than diving with dolphins. And I have done just that. I've never dived with a dolphin, I've dived with several sharks. Oh, we're out of time, by the way. Time's done. What are we doing here? We're just chatting. We're just chatting and talking about imps and shit. Or apes, rather. Yeah, but this is dunzo. Why? Because they're intelligent, that's why. Because they're intelligent and I don't want them to... Because I don't want them to, diddle me. Because I'm very diddleable. So, she used to come and visit every day and smile at the ape, but the ape, that is a sign of aggression? Really? Actually, I know that one. That's our wolf painting, by the way. Hell yeah. It's like a wolf. Numero uno right there. Let's export that. one day the ape had it and went in. And went in what? Oof. Hey, Glow, could you do me a favor? Is Tom Chi streaming right now? Actually, I'm asking you, I can go check. But no, I would feel better if you told me. So it went and beat her. Jesus. God, that's terrifying. An ape with a fucking vengeance complex? Are you kidding me? There should be an anime about that ape. Where as a young ape he was ridiculed and the evil warlord kept going every single day to its cage and mocking him. And then one day he had enough. So he powered up and searching for revenge. Holy shit, I'm never gonna smile again. Happens if an ape sees it. Thanks, Disintegrate, I appreciate that. Sorry, James, your opinion looks like a dolphin. Fuck yourself. Hope you guys are doing well today, by the way. What did you say about Dom? Can hear you? Is he online? We need to post a link in this chat. There you go, that's a Wolfie boy right there. You can go, you can be right over there. Very nice. I like those ruffles right there. Very cool. Not gonna take away from the aesthetic. And the texture as well. So most of the time when I'm painting on stream, no? Okay. Most of the time I'm painting on stream, one of the things I'm primarily learning is I'm learning what rendering is suitable for the best output. So that's my major takeaway from painting study. So I prefer to learn construction off stream if I can manage it. Because construction takes a bit more thinking about, and if I'm gonna think that strongly about something, I'm usually not gonna talk. So it makes for really poor viewing content. Posting my drawing? Cool. Let me see. Wait, did you? I don't see it. Lying to me. You a liar, guitar? I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, is that my voice? Lying to me. Oh, Jesus. No, shut up. Stop talking. I hate it. Let's get this canvas back to the regular like. And when it's posted, I will look at it. Some water real quick. Also, if you guys need to look at any work, as in critiques, now's the time. Oh, sweet, traditional. Hell yeah. That is guitars right there. I think that's solid. Very nice. Reminds me of your very old work. Sarah is actually the first person that ever talked to my chat. Way back when. So he used to paint the traditional, and then he jumped in digital, and now he's back to traditional. It's good. Very good that you kept up with it. Happy to see you drawing again. Oh Jesus, that piece is doing
Oh,
on
fuck.
Instagram.
I can't believe you've done this.
Boom Hildy, thank you for the follow. We just finished painting this wolf over here. On top. There are a bunch of wolf paintings right over there. You want to see some more work? The rest of them are on the Instagram. But thanks for following. We're going to be painting that fox really soon. The one that you can just peek out of the corner of your eye. On the top left. That one right there. Oh, we actually can't see that, my bad. James, is there anything under the color wheel we can't see? Anything under the color wheel? Not that I think. Not that you should see anything under the color wheel. Because usually the canvas is right here. So it should be out of the way. Everything over here is just past work that's already been on the stream, so I don't particularly mind if it's obstructed. Totally okay. Because the full version of these are posted on the Discord and on the Instagram, generally. These clouds, I don't know how I feel about them. But you know something, Glow. There is something underneath my my post right there that you can't see. But don't tell anybody about it. Yeah, our little secret. Alright, so we're gonna paint this fox really quickly. Not a strong notion of lighting, but definitely can paint it in a good amount of time. It should be fine. So, want to get that snow kind of texture out of the way. What was that? Don't worry about it, it was nothing. It was just a figment of imagination. What I'm saying, man, you should start overworking yourself, abs. Just hallucinating things these days. Okay, so we want to get this notion of snow determined. Some of it's somewhat transparent, so we can paint that with a bit more desaturation. Because it goes towards the grey. But since we just finished painting a bunch of clouds, I'm going to just treat these as clouds. I'm going to reserve an extreme amount of light right over there for those tippity tips. And then everything else I'm just going to make it maybe a slight amount of grey, maybe a very bit of a sliver of saturation in there. But of course not too much, because I want to reserve the most amount of saturation for this beautiful, beautiful face right here. And of course for the proportion, we want to make sure this is very strictly following like a triangular rhythm right there on all the features. Very, very common on most cats. I read something about foxes a while ago. Are foxes canids? Is that right? And on canines is a canids? Is that the same thing? What's the difference? Somebody smarter than me tell me. But yeah, a lot of the rhythms are gonna be somewhat maintained. A very common one for the tigers was, if I draw a line, or a plumb line these are called, for measurement. If I draw a line on either side of the eyes, right? So the line would be like over here because the face is tilted. For a tiger, because of their big old maw, with a big old mouth, they have giant maw right there, which is, it goes all the way up to the side of the face. But since the fox has a much more smaller little mouth, it kind of terminates into more of a snout, so a little bit less than that. So almost on the inner part of the eye as opposed to the outer part of the eye is where our logic goes. That kind of makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you consider the way that a dog skull is shaped as opposed to a cat skull, that makes a lot of sense when I think about it. I don't think I've ever thought about it in that sense, but if you draw out the skull for a cat, right? Skull for a cat is like this, right? The gesture of it. Right about there. Like for a line, it would be. It's about where it is, this kind of gesture. From the front, it looks like this. So the nose actually goes all the way up there. So the size of the mouth will be right about there. The eyes are right about there. That's from the front. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense to me now. Because the teeth are all the way out there, which means if the eye is over here, then the side of the mouth will be right over there. Okay, this is just like internal stuff, sorry. I know this is not making too much sense. Yeah, that does make sense. Cool. This way you have more viewable area. I recommend to move the small window on the top left to the bottom right. The small window. This one? Right here? You do, I don't mind. But is it ever a case, because I don't really know, so you have to tell me, but is it ever a case where there's something being blocked, or the color wheel blocks anything? Because I don't ever zoom, so that shouldn't be the case. A lot of the time the space under the color wheel is empty, while the window, if it is work, obscures a lot of the time. Either references or your canvas you're drawing on. Okay, the canvas shouldn't be obscured at any point. The references I don't mind, because those are all the available. Like, for example, the way that it is right now, I don't really mind that obscuring. But I should never do that for the reference. That's a no-go. So if that's happening, that you need to tell me. The color wheel's fine? Okay. We're talking about this picture over here. See you, guitar. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, could do. The reason that everything is left focus is because I draw towards the right. But the thing is, I'm used to my my previous setup, and my previous setup had everything on one screen. So on my laptop screen, which is a lot smaller than my tablet screen. So this actually might be better for our current setup. Yeah, could do. Doesn't bother me. But it looks cleaner as well. Oh, keep fucking moving this around. Hold on, can I lock this somehow? There you go, now it's locked. Oh, now it's not visible. Okay, now it's locked. Okay, so let us quickly, I'm gonna take a quick little 2-minute break here. Just I'm gonna get some water, and when we get back, play that fox in, let's say, 45 minutes. Put the time down a little bit more. Alright, be back in a bit. Alrighty. Now this fox. Shall we say 45 minutes? Okay. So 3, 2, 1, and let's go. Let's start by neutralizing that background really quickly. I don't want to put a white in there. It's a bit too dead. I can justify it to a certain extent, but I would much prefer something a little bit stronger for the piece in general. I would put in a very light decent blue. Might be better. Something like that. Because then the orange is going to stand out against it so much stronger. So it might just aid the piece in general. I'm also going to slightly increase the size of the canvas. It's a little bit too vertical right now. Get a bit more space on there, might be a good idea. And more space we indeed get. Okay, so let's, well, we have to make a decision here. Do I want to do this entirely in paint? Why not, right? Let's do it in paint. Of the usual way. Okay, so let's just make some initial selections, just so things are a bit easier. We can just toss things around early on. Everything is just so in the camera right now that it's actually quite easy to do something like this. The amount of real burden upon us as an artist right now is significantly limited because they're not very super strongly resolved things on the canvas. But all we have to really care about getting is that little portion of the eyes and the nose, and we should be quite good to proceed. The first thing we're going to do right over here is we're going to neutralize everything with a slightly darker, an orange, maybe not that orange, something significantly warmer in the background. I was going a little bit too much, did you think? Let's desat that a bit more, we don't need to be that crazy. Because I want to reserve saturation, I don't want to be fighting it. And I'm also going to warm it up to that. So, like I said, take it a couple of, like 2 or 3 times and we arrive at here as a conclusion. So that's basically our first little bit of paint. And we have some secondary things that we can kind of figure out. So about halfway through the entire piece, we have this light color creeping in there. That light I'm going to identify as something like a desaturated yellow, let's say, but it is lighter, that's to be pointed out. So we'll just pick a lighter color like that, and we'll just place it in there really quickly. I want it to be a bit more desaturated, but again, I don't want to be painting a white here. Just desaturated is enough. And that is fine, right? And then we have a couple of these large areas of dark, and I interpret it as like a darkish, reddish purple almost. We'll add a couple of like these large strokes up top. Thank you, Cloud. These large strokes should be fine. Stroke number 1 right there. And we'll put stroke number 2 right over there. It's nice and simple. We're getting there. There's a strong amount of saturation that is localized to particularly where the eyes and the nose begins, right? So behind the muzzle, underneath the eyes, kind of almost cordoned off by those zygomatic bones. Let's put that in really early, and it's a very important part. This reminds me of what Dave Greco would do for the face. Dave likes to put in a crazy amount of saturation in the areas of high subsurface scattering early on in this piece, which I think is a very cool thing to do. But we'll put in a bit of saturation right there. Now we have that saturation in our pocket. And additionally, since that light of the snow is going to be a big part about the piece, it doesn't make too much sense to me to just wait on putting that into the piece. Let's just put it in right now, how about that? So I'm going to interpret it as, let's just say a lighter, but it's still a warm color. It doesn't necessarily have to be gray. It could terminate in certain areas to gray, but I don't want that to be the case right now. Okay, so we'll keep it like this. And I'll just keep drawing semblances of what needs to go here. Just like the larger areas perhaps, a little bit of bleed through. I'm not going to draw the smaller areas just yet, but just the larger areas, just to kind of give a notion of what's going to eventually go there. It makes some sense to do that right now. Okay, so we start right there. So now using a dark value, using a dark little colors, let's map out where these eyes and everything else go. So I'll use just a little bit of line for this, just at the very beginning. So what we'll do is we'll just grab a pencil, anything specific, and we'll mark out where things need to go. So I want to simply get this, I want to get the overall little disc of a face out first. So I'm going to make a couple of lines for that, a couple of marks. The colors that I'm sampling for this are coming straight from the piece. I don't want to be adding anything that's not going to belong to the piece, otherwise it's going to be a rough going to try and fight against it. Okay, so let's give a couple of marks here. So from the top of the head all the way down to the eyes, let's say about that much. Now find a rough notion about where those eyes need to go, like that. And I want to get the separation of the eye, look at the negative shape. Let's say just about that much is a separation. Yeah, maybe a little bit more than that. How about right up there? That seems enough. Okay. So, general shape of the eye, well, similar to a person's actually. So, we'll do extreme simplification. So, we'll put 2 lines for the top, and 1 beautiful line for the bottom. Right over there and right over there. We don't have to be too specific, but it's important. What we'll do is we'll measure this distance over here as a triangle. And we'll bring that down, almost like a compass with our hands. That gives us something over there. Should be about where we expect it to be. We just doubly verify the distance. It seems to be somewhat okay. This will be the center of the nose. The center we draw half up and half below, and we get the bottom of the nose right there. Now this will probably be moved a few times. We'll just try to avoid larger changes. And that's really all we need to do for features, right? Because everything is done up to this point. So I'll do just one additional change here. So the perspective of the nose is kind of off because the face is tilted. I kind of want to draw a couple of lines actually to indicate that. I'm going to do this one line over here and this one line over here. I'm going to put those in just to remind me that it's tilted. It's oftentimes I will easily forget this. And also let's put another note, a little bit of line there for the bottom of the chin right there. I'm going to just raise this line. There you go. Okay, so we got this grotesque looking thing already. Things are going good. Alright, so at this point we can make some rather large changes because we can block stuff out. Now is the time to block stuff out, make this big commit changes to the canvas. So we'll grab a light orange saturated value like that. We'll test it out and see if it's okay. I would like it to be a bit warmer, so we'll change it a bit warmer. We'll put it down again, and that's fine. So you might be thinking, okay, that's a bit too much, but it's fine. We'll control it later on. I don't care too much. I almost said James. How's it going, Scoops? Good to see you, man. Doing well. Thanks for the free out to put my social media on Reddit there. I saw just the comment on the username, and I was like, that's kind of it. You mean a free out? And then I was you. I was like, oh, This seems like cheating, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I appreciate you. The eyes are dark in general, so when you want to paint something, I want to give it a notion. Just paint the majority. Don't bother about the simple parts of it. Now this doesn't always have to apply, because thinking about layering is also something that needs to be thought about. Layering is really important, and you'll really understand the idea of layering if ever we kind of remove the reliance on layers at all. I mean, even tools in general. Like there's a program out there called Heavy Paint. Really good program. Really bare bones program. And it's very fun to use. Mainly because of the idea that it's got nothing. It's got nothing for us to use. It's got no different brushes. It's got no concept of it's got undos and shit, of course, but really bare bones, which makes it fun. How's the day going, Scoobs? You having a good one so far? Everything alright? I have the hardest time getting traffic back to social media from Reddit, so anything I can do to offer for help, totally a free out. Yeah, but I appreciate it, thank you. Actually, somebody wants to commission me from Reddit. I got a message yesterday night. They haven't gotten back to me, but I wonder if it's going to turn into anything. I've never gotten a Reddit commission before. I've done work for Reddit before for free, but I've never gotten a commission from Reddit before. I'm actually quite curious what the experience is like. So up to this point, I think I've known like 90% of the people that have commissioned me up to this point, which is fantastic. Okay, so again, we focus on the general read of everything. Picking up some credit cards, starting this convention thing rolling. Hell yeah! Get it, Scoops. I believe in me. I want to get just a darker idea underneath the chin. We can paint that in with just about anything, right? It really doesn't matter how we paint this in, it just needs to go in there. It's one of those many things that just doesn't matter how you put it in. So I just use like 5 different brushes there for no reason. Because why not? Just have some fun with it. Because what really matters is the edge and the overall value, but the actual mark that goes in there doesn't really matter, man. You can put whatever you want there. Yeah, we'll see how if it turns out, because I had people flake on me before. Like, I had this big project on Instagram a while ago. Dude just fucking vanished. That was from Reddit as well, I remember. But it's okay. Again, I don't lose anything but hope for humanity. Okay, we're gonna put in this lights because we're gonna establish light source really quickly. Let's do that really quickly. Why not? Stopping us. A little bit biff and baff. It's gonna look pretty demonic for the next 7.5 minutes, by the way. You're gonna have to forgive me. Because I'm just applying a value where it needs to go. And then I'll actually come down and put the shapes properly. Yeah. One thing I had to prevent flakes is to make the client email you, that way you know they're willing to take the next step. Yeah, it makes sense. I have this policy that I've had for the longest time wherein I have to get a sketch approved before I ask for payment. I always ask for payment up front. I'm not that stupid. But I'm wondering if I should have a chart for the approved sketch as well. I think that may be a bit too much though. I think that might turn people off. I give the approved sketches in like a day of the commission being actually happening, but I don't know. I don't get all that much to begin with, so it's not something that I should really be thinking about, but yeah, we'll see. Because I don't ever want to just wind into the commission route, because I really want to... I'm taking the professional route here. I want to work in the studio. But a bit of extra scratch on the side is a very issue, which is why... Especially when people just ask me to paint stuff that I'm anyway going to paint, that's the best ones. Like, I've gotten a bunch of animal commissions, and those are just the best, because I'm like, yeah, I'm painting an animal anyway. Like, sure, I'll paint one for you, just give me the reference. For the people ones are a bit more custom, so that's a problem. A day is fast, ask at least half up front. If a client is serious, they'll meet you on the terms. It's true. It's true. I give this advice all the time. People will pay. People want it, they'll pay. Get that cropping done. Like I said, it's gonna look demonic for just a little bit longer. You're gonna have to bear with me. Those ones you know will go smooth. Yeah. Easy goings though. And yeah, Instagram has been just super good lately. I think I'm gonna stop my twice daily post right now because I want to focus on something a bit more design oriented. So I'm gonna have to use time in my day for that. But the last like week and a half or whatever of daily posts have been so fantastic. Really doing wonders. Twice daily posts, should mention. Okay. Alright, let's get those eyes in, because once you get those eyes in, it's all going to be fine. Also don't, no rush scripts. You'll behave when you get back. Take care of what you need to. Get the red in those eyes really quick though. Maybe more of an orange there. Maybe warm it up slightly. A lot of the times, if something is sufficient here, something's always sufficient. Don't need to go for exacts. Because really what makes those eyes is the value of them, as well as the relative temperature of them. That is the exact color. Very seldom is that the case. Sometimes it does really matter exactly what you pick. Perhaps your painting won't have the same impact as your reference. Really at this stage, you're giving yourself the out here. You're giving ourselves a big out. By saying that, okay, well I don't really care too much about what exactly it is, because I just want enough on my canvas for me to be able to get the mark of the eye and then manipulate it later on. So really what I was putting there is just a notion of where the eye needs to go, not the eye itself. So a stroke leading to a stroke. I love that diffuse blue on his eyes. The highlight, it's really cool, beautiful. Let's give a slight marking towards the side, so we already have a little guiding principle of where to place the mouth, so we can just use that. for our own benefit here. Try and figure out exactly where this mouth happens. Indeed, it does seem to be just about right. I'm gonna have to make the idea of slightly moving that mouth upwards, and I'm actually gonna do it right now. And it's important to keep things nimble. It's always a big problem with my work previously, wherein I would be so against making the change, because I would think, okay, I can make it work, I can make it work, I can make it work, but really, like I always say, like if you're gonna have to make a change, it's usually gonna have to be a big change, because if it's easy enough for you to be able to see it, probably means that it's a significant mistake. It means that you have to just make a really big commitment and change what's wrong. Error checking, error correction, that's really what saves you time as well. Well, the fastest thing you could always say is just don't make any errors whatsoever in your work, but this happens to be a very tall order. Not something that's really feasible. You're always going to make a mistake, but being able to catch that is really important. And what's almost as important is being able to correct for it really efficiently. You'll see the majority of those really cool speed paints on YouTube, all of them involve some amount of like really quick liquefaction or really quick modification, really efficiently done. Always something to learn from that. Always, it's easier for us to say just paint perfect, but again, it's not in the cards. It's not something that happens. Nobody paints perfect. You might know exactly what you want to paint in a certain area, but perhaps your mark making skill, or for whatever reason, the correct mark isn't made. You're gonna just commit to it. Ridiculous. Doing some more saturation around here. Like I said, we're kind of getting out of demon territory right now, like I said before. Doesn't take all that much time. And again, like I said, the only real focus of this piece is are on the face. Just gotta get the reed going, and then everything gets fine. Okay, so it's missing a few essential components here that we're gonna add, namely the darkness above the eye ridge. I'm waiting to add the eyes in before I committed to that, and now we have. Okay, they're gonna be folds down in the meat of the neck. I'm gonna just add some marks right there, just to kind of give me a notion of what's gonna go there before. Easy enough. Let's use an airbrush really quickly, or any sort of grainy brush. So maybe I can use a pastel brush instead. I want to bring down the value of the lower jaw. I'm gonna bring that down slightly. I want to put a light on it, and it's already too light. I'm adjusting for it by bringing a darkness in and then putting the light in. I want to just denote the size of the mouth really quickly. I think I'll do this with a bit more of a reddish kind of saturated color. Purple right now, maybe a bit more red. That's fine. Let's flip really quickly. I'm gonna adjust that eye at some point. Will do. And I can just take the value from down here as well, again with the notion of resampling whenever we can. Easy enough. The shape for the bottom jaw is always quite simple. Always a really simple shape, no sense overcomplicating it. The only one place it can easily go wrong is the amount of bevel that you have in the shape. So sometimes we kind of draw it as too much of a curve. I want to avoid that. That's usually my mistake, especially with tigers. I make the mistake all the time. It's way too beveled. Doesn't look too good. Okay. There's some minor issues with the overall placement of the eye, but for the most part I think I'm fine. Okay, let's just crack down a little bit on what we've painted over here. Shapes that are surrounding and supporting the eye. Those need to be slightly adjusted. So we have this dark right here, denoting the ear. So let's just make better use of that. Again, giving a notion of where it goes, but again, we haven't never concluded anything. Let's just figure out where the top of the head is, really quickly. So there's an idea in drawing humans wherein you find the distance between the bottom of the chin and the eye, you bring that distance up. It applies for certain poses for animals. It does apply for this reference, so we just measure that. The bottom of the chin to the top of the brow, and then again, same measurement up. Do that little calculation right there. And it tells us that we have a ways to go. We can bring this slightly down in accordance with that. I do want to bring some amount of darkness in there to the top, just because I want there to be something for that light to silhouette against. And this is a trick that you'll do for just about every painting that you ever do in your life. Right, it's just from imagination. You have a light against a light and you have to problem solve it. It's one of those really, really fundamental problem solving in any sort of picture making stuff. The easiest thing is just to say, I'm going to put a dark behind it. That's problem solved right there. Of course, there are so many more solutions to it, but this happens to be the easiest one. In fact, it's not just as easy as that. The way that you do that solution is so different among different artists. Like Craig Mullins will do that all the time on his pieces, but you won't even realize unless you're looking for it. That's just because of how good he is. Let's have a particular texture kind of idea in this piece, right? So let's not use the same texture for the fur and for the snow. Let's actually keep them texturally different. So how do we do that in this particular case? So one of them needs to go super hard in one case. If I want to make it really different, one of them has to be really hard. But I don't particularly want the snow to be hard, nor do I want the fur to be hard. So somewhere in the middle then. We go back a little bit more than that. So how about this? Let's paint the snow with something like a pencil-y texture. So it's got a grain, but grain on the outside, and we'll paint the actual fox with pastel textures, so grain on the inside. And I think that'll make a lot of sense. So let's see how that looks, because we can do this quite quickly. And we'll be able to make a claim whether it's a good idea or a bad idea quite soon. Okay, so let's just add some of this detail on the eye pretty quickly, because it does happen to do that right there. And now we're gonna get a fox kind of look there. And let's put this idea into practice. So we have some pencil textures right here. I think I'll do the majority of it with this pencil over here. Let's actually put some of these marks in, because again, they're a big part of the piece. So it's worth putting them in quite early. I think from what I can see already, I think this is going to work. Okay. So I'm going to start with the base value. And the base value itself needs to be lighter than what I'm actually laying down here, because it actually doesn't by the particular value that I have as my base existing. Let's just put marks for where the snow needs to go. For the majority of things that involve these specific marks, you don't need to do anything more than a once over. So I apply a base here. So I just have to do two things after I put these marks down. Number one is I need to give it a little bit of a shadow, a bit of a contact shadow, a bit of a cast shadow perhaps. And number two, I've got to give it a highlight. And that's it. That's the be all end all. And once I do those two things, it's going to look done. As long as I actually make the marks with some semblance of accuracy, otherwise I've got to continuously make corrections, which is going to take a lot of time. So it does help, especially in these areas of focal point. That actually needs to be done with some amount of sense, so be a little bit more specific with my marks right there. Things otherwise can be quite random. Because snow in its very nature is quite random, but why I'm trying to stick a little bit to the reference for these areas over here is because the way that they're catching light on the form helps to kind of tell you what the form actually is, and that's valuable information. So it's worth just paying a little bit of attention to it. There you go. So slowly but surely arriving at a conclusion here. Marks that are large marks are not contributing somewhat to the overall picture. Getting somewhere. For that value in the background, again, I don't like the fact that it's pastel. I don't like it when my texture is going to mix like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to just put it in with a much harsher brush here. I'm going to Gaussian blur the edge of it. So a different way of arriving at exactly the same conclusion, but one that doesn't conflict with my existing textures. It actually does matter, clarity of texture. And some artists make their entire careers on it. Like Lob, for example, we studied him a while ago. The way that he interprets that light versus shadow, the armor versus the skin, the way he doubles down on the armor and the metals. Done entirely intentionally. Really what gives his work a certain kind of look. Okay. A little bit of attention should be paid to the value here, because we want to kind of establish the light source a bit better. Not too much. Like I said, the more of these marks that are on the canvas, the less of the pressure it is on the artist. Think about specific lights, for example. or trying to establish a light source really strongly, you can get away with it not having a super strong read. You have enough marks on your canvas, or enough of these really cool like markings. But it does help to have it. And for a very long painting, for example, I would probably do that first. For a painting at this particular time frame, it doesn't really matter though. Just like I said, I have to still reserve the notion of using pastel textures for the face, so indeed we will continue to do that. A dark and a red here. There's a hint around the eye, almost like a green. It's not a green though, it's a desat. It's okay. I read the green against the red. Very cool. Again, of course I can't use it in just one area, it has to be in more than one area. Very difficult thing. Much like the wolves, we have a very similar shape here. The wolves have like this tree that goes around the orbit, around the zygomatic. It seems like the foxes have the exact same thing. Super neat. Does not go that dark though. A bit lighter than that. But we can put it in there. But good to know, that's valuable information right there. Really helps if you can make connections. And also makes sense because they're part of the same, or at least relatively similar families, I'm assuming. Right over there. I'm sure the ears are annoying the fuck out of everybody. I will fix them in a second. I do apologize. Okay. Just gotta do a little bit of a recrop here. We use the negative shape. That's what tells us where to go. Yep. I'm gonna grab how about this? Isn't that the eye socket? No. Well, the eye socket's right over here. This little thing over here, that's the fringe of the zygomatic bone, which is the bone that goes right over here, like around. And that's what that is. At least on a wolf. I can't speak for a fox. Like the outline. I know it's a very good shape right there. It's basically a free hard shadow as well, which is just something we need to rejoice over. When you get free stuff like that, it's just a good day on any reference. Like, thank goodness it's there. Throwing in some deviant art brushes on the top here. And that softness, and we'll bring the hardness down closer to the area of interest. Going quite smoothly. I almost want to do this with a Maddie kind of abstraction, do the snow with a bunch of square shapes. What was the idea before? Do it with pencil? This would also work. It would also work doing it with opaque square shapes. Also a fair idea. Oh, actually the one that I might choose in the end of this. I have a better brush for that. I can do it with this brush. Like I said, when it comes to this snow, two things need to be done. One is the cast shadow, and two is the highlight. What I just put down is the highlight. But it really does help thinking about things in that way. Like, what is a minimum requirement? Because oftentimes when you have like so much snow on the surface of your subject, how is it benefiting you going individually on like a case-by-case basis and saying, okay, I'm gonna put a light there, a shadow there, I'm gonna put a foam shadow on this one. And there's so much of something, unless you're in the focal point, it really does not matter. In fact, your emphasis on it can ruin your piece. By emphasizing on that particular thing, that's gonna really cost you the piece. Much better just do it simplified manner. What is that over there? Is that a snowflake falling in front of the camera? Because I drew that in there thinking it's part of the fox, but I don't think it is. Yeah, I think we are right. Alright, let's just get rid of that then. Don't need to put that into our painting. I don't plan on painting any more snowflakes falling down. If that's the only snowflake in the entire picture that's in front of the camera, it's gonna look really, really awkward. So we are gonna elect not to do that. Get rid of it entirely. Okay, let's actually do some quick little gratification here. Let's put the highlight on the eyes. We'll do that with this brush over here. They are quite hard. Do with this. What is the actual thing that goes there? Seems lighter and desaturated, so we'll start there. Probably exactly the correct value. Oh, slightly darker than that would be fine. Oh, let's go slightly darker, and let's go completely mad lad with this. Let's make it slightly bluer as well. That's fine. This is again part of that once-over ideology, right? Like, what is the minimum requirement to make something look like something? It's really about the lighting as well, because we're drawing this realistically. If we were drawing this non-realistically, then the amount of pressure is kind of off. But with realism comes the notion of realistic lighting, so therefore, in order for something to look realistic, in accordance to what we just said, it needs to obey the ideas of realistic lighting. So what's the minimum requirement for realistic lighting? We need A, a shadow, B, a light, C, a highlight, D, a form shadow, and, you know, C, maybe a reflected light, maybe. Alright, so you need those components, and if you don't have them, then it's going to be frighteningly obvious that we don't. And not just that, but it's almost the idea that we paint a little bit too good sometimes on our canvas, which is a legitimate thing that happens. Because if you make something look excessively good, meaning that you fulfill every required criteria in that particular object, in that point of your canvas, it's a big problem. It's actually, you're kind of drawing yourself into a corner there, because, and a lot of other artists know this as you put too much detail in one area, which means you need to put too much detail in every area to compensate. So that's a fucking problem, and you gotta be careful about it. Legitimate problem. So you don't want to just focus on one area too much, otherwise you best be ready to spend your entire time on the same amount of time everywhere else, otherwise it's going to cost you a bunch of time in your painting. There's really no sense in it, so minimum requirement all the way through. That's also why people sometimes give the advice, so they say jump around your canvas, that's what they mean. Like jump around so you don't get heavily invested and then regret your life choices. And a bit of a blurring out there. The corners of the eyes are usually the hardest edges on most animals because of the coloring. They have those dark lids. Same goes with the corners of the mouth, they have those dark lips. The actual iris itself can be slightly defocused. Also perfectly fine. Also, there's a bunch of dark and a bunch of texture happening here, but we don't have to care about it again, because when you view something abstractly, it's just dark at the end of the day, right? It doesn't really matter what's happening there. The fact is, it's dark. It doesn't matter what's happening specifically. So why don't we just paint a dark in there? And it's fine, it's gonna look right? And if it doesn't look right, even if it's dark properly, then we just have to slightly filter that dark in a little bit. Throw in a little bit of noise in there maybe. And that's enough, like it's really enough to make the read. Cheers, Scoops. Yeah, that's usually how the stream goes. Okay, so there's one little thing that we need to put in just to show our intelligence here, which is a little bit of a highlight on the lid, like I said. So everything needs to be once over. So if anything looks like it doesn't belong there, that means you haven't really put in every element that needs to go there. So it's usually the case is you haven't put in a light and put in a shadow. That's really all it is though. Like once you cover things like that, like once you just once over stuff, it's gonna look right. So anything else past that is just detail. As long as you manage the detail on your entire piece, it's gonna look finished. Like if I was to at all do something like this, for example, I can give an example of what's not to do here. Like if I did this, for example, right over here, then suddenly I fucked myself because I gotta do that everywhere now. So I'm not gonna do any of that stuff. I intentionally avoided all these pieces. Like on the whiskers, for example, can be done because again that's a different texture entirely. But for everything else, I mean, you gotta avoid that kind of stuff like the plague. It'll be the end of you. So that's exactly why like the notion of finished is subjective on the piece, and why a piece can look finished at several different points of time while you're working. It's an internal idea of the piece, and it just change depending on like the constraints you put on the piece. If you add an excessive amount of detail, then suddenly you're going to make a finished piece look unfinished again, until you kind of bring that back into some sense of normalcy. Okay, notice how that nose looks kind of weird? It's because, again, it's just one sort of word, right? We have the shape of it, we have the proportions of it, but we don't have a value on top of it. Which is why things look awkward. So we'll throw in a little bit of that darkness here. I want the darkness to somewhat coordinate with the eyes. So I'll pick the relative temperature from there. I get this dark, and we have some blue from the diffused. So when I see something that's cooler, I generally just pick a gray first, because we have such an incredible warm canvas here. The relative colors between the gray and the warmness already in the canvas oftentimes should be sufficient for you to make the read. And in this case it is, almost. I want to add a bit of blue on there just to increase the impact of it, but just a little bit of blue. Fine, lighter blue. Again, I paint that in smaller because it's interaction of light and surface right there. That's how it reacts. The principle being, if you're perpendicular to your light source, you're going to get the most effect of the light source. That's how it usually works. So the logic follows that if you are indeed perpendicular to your light source and you're desaturated, you get the most saturation of the light source. So ultimately the conclusion there is the idea that, okay, well, the points that are facing the sky are going to be the bluest points. Get the nose in there. Again, important to kind of figure out the edges there, because the top of the nose is harder. Well, it's somewhat relatively hard, and we can even interpret it ourselves as hard. But the bottom of the nose needs to go a little bit softer. So I'm going to soften at the top really quickly, and this part I'm going to remain hard. But this bottom needs to be softened for it to make sense. So how you soften stuff is up to you. This is maybe the only place in my entire paintings that I ever use blenders. Because I don't like blending between colors. Because again, when you blend, you're making you're accepting the idea of the fact that you are losing out on shape, which can really cost you a painting. Unless your shapes are strong, a real problem. Over blending is a big thing that kind of weighs heavily on our shoulders. So a good way of solving that is just not doing any blending whatsoever. Just sort of developing good solid shapes in your piece, which can work. But of course some people's styles demand blending because they have a super soft shady style. And those styles invariably don't have a strong notion to which shape, but they definitely can. Like again, going back to the dude WLOP, his work's insane and he does a bit of both. Strong shape but also super softened sometimes. I think it looks really cool. I have not yet added any cast shadow on these these little bits of snow on the face. It's going to come back to bite me slightly. But the light should be sufficient for the time being for the read. But later on it's going to be important to put that little shadow under there. In some of them, not all of them. Some of them are going to be small enough for their shadow to not really matter. But others are going to really matter. Especially in area of interest. The demand upon you as an artist increases dramatically the closer you get to your area of interest. So it's worth thinking about. At least down there. Like, for a lot of pieces, oftentimes like you can do whatever the fuck you want when it's away from local area. And I do exactly that sometimes. Like, as long as it's vaguely close to like where you need to be, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. That's actually it might seem like a super lackadaisical like approach to painting, but it makes a lot of sense with the notion of, well, you don't want to be treating every area of the canvas with the equal amount of importance, because that's not how you view reality. So if you paint realistically, then it would be a big red flag right there if everything is like equally detailed and equally polished, because you don't view things. Right now we can just sit and look at things around our desk and then think about, okay, well, what exactly do I truly see? Like, without looking around. Like, sure, if you look around, everything's detailed, but when you actually look at something, in general, how much of that thing do you really see? You might see the thing you're staring at, but what about the stuff in your periphery of your vision? Principle of cone of vision right there. The 15% rule. Don't really need to do all that much, turns out. Now, you can't do crazy shit, right? You can't just put random amounts of value in there. That makes no sense. That's going to disrupt your read. But just a notion of what's supposed to go there, just a brief little insight as to what might particularly pervade that particular area, and that's all you really need. That's all anybody really needs. And sure, people might say, oh cool, it's like a focusing trick, or it's like a depth of field, but ultimately it's just going to be in every successful painting. It's going to have that. Of course, some people do have hyper detailed stuff. Like, look at Booger, for example. Great example of that. A realistic artist with an incredible amount of detail. But then, is that truly the case though, when you investigate his work? Not really. Like, he's still managing it. It's just that the overall level of detail on his piece is so much higher than the average artist. But he's still managing that detail. Very well managed. That's why his pieces are good. Because if he didn't, his pieces would suck. It's kind of cool, kind of looking at the history of art and then looking at when people figure out things like this and how much of an impact it makes on everybody's work. One of the most common examples of that is if you look at like Gothic era paintings done in fresco. It's actually really funny because you can't see any evidence in those paintings of them understanding how reflected light works and bounce light. This is pretty early on. This is depicting people in fresco, so the entire painting looks really strange. Look at it. It's got a very unique look to it, which is kind of cool, honestly. It's got a lot of charm to it, but there's no reflected light in those paintings, which gives them a very unfinished kind of look. At least if you evaluate it with the same parameters as you do with modern work. But it's neat to think about, and then they kind of figure it out, and then you see a big change. Fresco must have been a terrible medium to work in. Oh, that's a bot. Ban him. Ban him. Ban him, mods. Get him. Sick him. Glow, stop saying hi to the bot. You're encouraging it. You just got 5 viruses on your computer right now. How do I know? Look at what it's typed. How do I know? It's fucking magic, that's it. Good quality, this is so accurate. Man, my mods are fucking snoozing, dude. Feels bad. Dead channel. Very polite bot though, I mean, yeah, true enough. Give him that. My compliments to the programmers. Did a bang up job in this one. Did they actually fix something about it? Let me see. No, it's the same fucking thing. I'm about to create overlays and panels for your channel. Same fucking thing. Come on, dude. Been waiting for my overlay since like months now. They haven't delivered. God bless the fact that we don't get the usual creative bot stuff. We had a bot epidemic on creative not that long ago. That was a fun few months. But they seem to be long gone. Coincidence? Make the bot into a mod. You know what, bot? I like the cut of your jib. Handling business in this piece here, just slightly getting that focus off on that fur. Those whiskers in, and we should be pretty good to go. Okay, I'm gonna slightly encroach on the overall silhouette here. Get a bit more. This dude's been chunking on those granola bars. A little bit too beefy. I still have to do that drawing, by the way. The one for Instagram. I keep forgetting. Because I really wanted to get this that wolf cloud painting out of the way today. I've had the idea for about a week now, but I finally got down to painting it. So I'll do that children's painting next. There's an Instagram page where they give you pictures of kindergartners, not kindergartners themselves, but their paintings, not a child sex ring, and you get to paint their creatures. Really fun thing. I've done it before. I want to do another one. Okay, we have some reserved values here, some reserved light values. Gonna be done to give us a bit of a punch that we're missing. That's our punch right there. We've earned the right to use it finally, for all these years. Comes out of the fray. We can punch the dogs in a little bit as well. Almost like hitting auto contrast sometimes. Just gonna add a little punch there, because now we have most everything established in the piece. It's time to just make our little final conclusions. Very creative. Yeah, it's cool. I used to do that a lot when I was... That was before I found Twitch even. I used to paint stuff for Reddit. I was on a different account as well. But I used to service requests on a bunch of like subreddits. This was in like, I don't know, 2016, 2014, something like that. Really, really long time ago. It was never anything good, but it's usually just turning like a not so good drawing into a slightly, you know, a little bit more good looking drawing. Not very good, but slightly better looking. That was fun for a while. Thankless fucking job though, because people don't give a shit. But again, if you're doing it for other people's appreciation, you're doing it for the wrong reasons, which is why I stopped. I was like, please notice me, I can draw. Really, that's not why you should be doing it. It's like with streaming, right? Like if you're streaming because you wanna stream for an audience or whatever, it's probably a bad reason, right? You should be streaming primarily for yourself. First things first. Good exercise? It is, to a certain extent. Not something you should be doing for too long though. I think little points of interest here. Okay, let's put little whiskers on there. Only stream for you though? I know you do. This is the all scary part because this is all in one layer, so... Sucks to suck if I don't get these little lines right. Like I said, like past a certain point, it doesn't really matter. Like we care too much about the literal in pieces. Literal very rarely matters. Past a certain point, of course. Like for proportion, the literal matters. But for like the placement of whiskers on a fox's nose, I mean, after a certain point, they fucking care. Gotta have a healthy amount of apathy for your piece and hatred. The design sometimes also sucks, by the way. Like, some of the design on whiskers for some of these animals are just terrible. Like, no big, medium, small, no nothing. So you gotta just go in there as an artist and say, listen, you know, nature didn't know what it was doing over here, so I gotta fix it. But this one looks fine. It looks quite nice. And I used to do this with just with a different layer. This is the one time in the entire painting that I would use a different layer. Then I realized that I would never ever like do anything with that layer, so it also goes back on that one layer. Be confident with it, why not? Donnie Dreadful, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. Hey. They get a little bit darker because they occlude more light when they're thicker, but when they're thinner, the light bleeds through. And not as opaque. I'm gonna give this a little bit more meat, I think. So a little bit more meat to these. Oh Jesus Christ, what is this brush? Oh, this is one of those 5-dimensional tilt-activated brushes. Yeah, let's use one of these, why not? That's really like, just really push this piece into the garbage category. You guys ever use tilt functionality on your tablets? I don't know if I recommend it yet. There's a scary territory, there's a brave new world we've explored. This is the first tablet I've ever used which actually has tilt. So, I just weird like the devil. I got no idea what it's supposed to do. How's it going, Donnie, by the way? Thanks for all the support on the Instagram, I see you there all the time. Posts and everything. Been a while since I caught you on the stream though. It's good to see you. I just realized that sounds like, oh, you don't support me on the stream though. That's not what I meant to say, that's not it's supposed to come out. It's supposed to be a celebration from me to you. I got some whiskers in there. That's gonna count, right? Been lurking? Very much appreciated. Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch. Especially Twitch Creative. So those whiskers look a little bit unfinished. I'm just gonna toss some snow on there. And suddenly, like, it's like we did our homework. Like Christmas. I want to slightly sharpen up that fur as well near the muzzle. A little bit. And I want to throw some speckles on here. Just a little speckle. A little bit of speckle on every piece will make it look a little bit more finished. And also, I need to go in a few of these areas, like I said before, and throw in just a little bit of shadow. The shadows themselves will be the color of the fur underlying, because the snow itself doesn't have a strong local color, but it's important to put it in there for completion. You heard about the Humble Bundle? Yeah, we had a couple of posts on the Discord about it. Oddly enough, it's area locked, so I can't really take advantage of it. It doesn't work in India, which is kind of strange. I kind of actually really wanted to try Painter. Coral Painter back in 2011 was the first painting software I ever used outside Microsoft Paint. Very first. I painted Elvarg from RuneScape on it. That was my first digital piece. And then I painted an owl. And then I painted a dead puppy, because my friend's puppy just died. And then I painted Joker from Mass Effect. That was my first 4 digital pieces. It's still out there somewhere. It might be on my DeviantArt. Painter was good. Some good memories in Painter. I think I used it all the way up to when I started playing League of Legends. So that was in 2014, so 3 years. And then I remember using Paint Tool Sai instead. And I would be using Paint Tool Site till this day instead of Krita, except Paint Tool Site doesn't let you play. You can't buy a license for Paint Tool Site using using PayPal. They don't accept PayPal for some reason, so I could never pay for it because it didn't accept my cards either. So ultimately, what does that leave us with? It leaves us with us being unable to buy Paint Tool Site, which is why I used Krita for the first time. And now we're stuck with Krita. Funny how that works out. There's a little bit of a hint of a purple there, do you see that? Bit of purple around the muzzle. It's a very common thing actually. A little bit of that slightly reddish color around the lips. Neat, I like it. Okay, so we can do a bit of cheating here. Let's incorporate the dark, actually it's in the reference as well. We'll incorporate a bit of this dark here to give us a bit of a read on the mouth. And of course there's going to be reflected light from the snow hitting the bottom. It's a very important thing to remember in snow scenes. That whenever there's a snow scene, the ground itself is going to act like a secondary light source. Not super important when painting stuff like skin, for example. But painting desaturated stuff like fur is going to really matter. And where it's going to really, really matter is of course armor. Armor in snow is one of the hardest fucking things to paint. And also one of the coolest if you get it right. If you're ever doing a story that involves any amount of armor, make sure there's a scene in that story where the character walks through a snowdrift. And the illustrations that you get out of it, if you're a competent illustrator, will be magnificent. Really something special. I painted armor in the snow once and it wasn't very nice. Good time. I did it on stream as well, so you were all there to witness my humiliation. Wasn't a bad piece though, all things considered. Wasn't too bad. How's it going, Erica? I expected you to be in Ashley stream right now. What's up? Hey, thanks. Yeah, this is a good little painting. How's it going? What can I help you with?
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Nix, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate you. We're drawing some really quick animals here. This is a one hour piece. I think I said it was supposed to be 45 minutes, and I'm just cheating right now. But in my defense, I could have stopped at 45 minutes as well. But since we're close to 1 hour, why don't we just finish the hour off? I'm playing with my new sword. You got a mod in Ashley's stream? Okay, well, I know I can never come back there now. Give Ashley my regards. Nice knowing her. So here's the problem with this kind of painting. You can't put dots that are this size. Because if you're going to put dots that size, they need to go everywhere. So I'm not going to make the commitment. It's almost like the idea of resolution in the painting. Like, it's like you can't see certain things at certain resolutions. So if you say, for example, I can see in this resolution, I can see that little dot right there. I gotta put that dot in a lot more places, right? So it's something that's worth thinking about. Again, going back to the idea of when you put a little bit of detail somewhere, but it's very, very precise detail, you are making the agreement with yourself, or you're making that tacit, solemn vow of putting that detail in everywhere, which can be a problem. Please come back, it's only temporary because you had no mod. You violated the sacred agreements. Violated my trust. Things can never be the same. But yeah, don't worry about it, I'll be back after stream. I don't know how long I'm gonna go for, but I want to add like an extra bit of saturation under the eyes, you know? A little bit of that oomph right there with color. Look at that beautiful red right there. So pretty. A little bit of that oomph of color right there. I'm gonna slightly tone down the value up there. So just gonna slightly optically mix it with a bit of darkness. Top of the eye right there. But yeah, if anybody's new to the stream, some work that I've done recently. They're all every single one of these is done in 1 hour, except for the gen painting that's done in 2 hours.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
And Shiva screams, I appreciate you. Yeah, but that's my work recently. We have about 20 seconds left in this painting. Do you have anything left to say? Anything left to add? Not particularly. There's always a compulsion of putting in that juicy highlight, right? And we just all itch to do it, but we can't do it, man. Sometimes you just gotta say we're not gonna do that highlight. You know the highlight I'm talking about? I'm talking about stuff like this, you know? Just going in there and going bam. You know, this is my eye. I have a big old highlight in there. And a lot of us might argue that something like that kind of makes everything look a little bit better, right? But we can't do it. Can't do it, man. Can't do it. We gotta fight against that kind of noise. Because you know why you gotta fight against it? Because it makes our work look samey. It makes our work look very, very similar. And we do want to avoid that. We want to be able to strongly make these conclusions on our piece, saying that, okay, this is in this particular lighting condition. So we gotta fight against it, man. As wrong as it might feel, it's for our own good. Add in a comics text bubble. Ooh, you're staring at me. Well, yeah, that's 1 hour. That is our painting. That was really fun, dude. It's an interesting reference, a lot of complexity, but I think the mana... Also, I could have easily used this brush for... What the fuck was I thinking? I could have easily used this for my my snow simplification. Not that I don't like the square brush simplification, but I could have easily used this rake right here. That would have been fine. Yet we have made a grave error in our judgment. But it's okay. It's alright. Nobody's gonna sue us. You know why? Because when anybody sees this painting in the future, they're not gonna see it like this. They're gonna see it like this. And it looks perfectly fine. That's your secret, man. Just zoom out. Zoom out. On your Tinder profiles, if you look like me, you just look like a bucket of smashed crabs. When you take that picture, take it on like a roller coaster or something. Take it in like a skydiving picture or something. Just don't let them see anything with clarity. All gonna be one big smokescreen effect. One big deception. But let's be honest here, alright? We can have a moment of clarity as a painter. Painting is deception. We're trying to convince you, intelligent, hairless chimpanzee that's evolved, we're gonna convince you that a two-dimensional bunch of light and dark shapes is a three-dimensional object. That's a lie right there. That's a big lie. So art in its essence is lie. It's lying, it's deception. It's the art of confusion. It's also the art of speaking, which I have not mastered. So let's be honest about what we're doing here. So if there's just an additional amount of hoodwinking required to make your drawing work well, then fuck it, right? Let's do it. Let's just jump on an additional amount. Let's huckster our way to more Instagram followers or whatever the fuck. Alright, we're done. Took a couple extra minutes just to... But yeah, we're okay. That left ear is something special, right? That left ear is just going places. It's going to places that nobody could have foreseen it. I'm gonna make one extra stroke there just to... My grandmother doesn't come out of her grave and choke me to death. And now we're good. We should be alright. That's painting number 2. Also, welcome to people in the stream. We are a study stream. We do community paintings here, so these references go on the Discord before I start painting, and I encourage you guys to paint along. If you have the time to, or the inclination. Even if you don't sometimes. Because I would rather be asleep, to be honest, most of the time at the end of my day. Because I've already done a bunch of painting today. I've done hours upon hours of painting and studying, so I'm good for my quota. But again, I mean, it's good to always put some work in. Because you gotta remember, every time that you don't put the work in, that dude that's gonna take your job, that dude put the work in. So you gotta always fight that dude. But honestly, fuck that dude. He puts in way too much work, but you gotta try and match him, right? Can't let him win. That dude gonna take your job. Can't let him win, so you gotta outwork him. Is that the man right there? The legend? The W.C. Lee art? The gouache prodigy? The watercolor fiend? The digital art mastermind? Hell yeah, how's it going? Good to see you, W.C. Lee art. Go follow his Instagram. He does cool stuff. Should I be having Ashley's stream in a different chat? Because I have the opportunity to open my phone up and then mod her stream while I'm doing my stream. I don't mind doing this. However, if it's not an intensive period in her stream, I would much prefer the calmness of just painting without having that stuff to bother me. So if anybody's in Ashley's stream right now, that's Ashley M. Hills. If there are trolls in there, tell me. If they're not, then I'm just gonna relax. I don't want Ashley to have a terrible stream. Alright, we have this neutral grey canvas full of possibility, full of sadness and despair. Let's grab another reference. If you can't be the dude, fuck the dude. Absolutely. If you can't have it in you, then you gotta be in here. Actually, someone's gonna stop talking. Were you guys there for those color comps I did with Angevir? Those were really fun. Me and her were doing nighttime color comps. Go follow Angevir's stream, by the way. It's a good place to be. Here are a couple of them that I did. The line work is from her. I like painting along with her stream oftentimes. Those are some examples of the comps that we lit. Fun shit, dude. Really enjoyable. I've got to amp some of the values here. Now I think about it. It was really enjoyable overall. Good experience. 10 out of 10. Yeah, you were there, weren't you, Bill? Also, Lee, I did this wolf painting based on the clouds. Do I have it here? Okay, you can probably see it in the bottom right. But I tried to put the wolf studies and the cloud studies into practice. To be fair, those clouds, now that I look at them, are kind of shitty, right? Like compared to these clouds over here, like, I don't know about it. I don't know about that. It seems like super safey. Like it's just so safe the way that I played it. The next time I do something like that, I'm gonna put it in the evening. I want to see those rich, saturated reds and orange go through the piece, because I feel like the palette itself is just blue on blue on blue on blue. I mean, the warm cool is kind of managed by the grass and by the desats on the clouds, but I want to push that orange, you know. I want to push those reds. I think it'll look good. Alright, what do we have in store? We have a warm, cool piece that we need to do that I've been not doing on stream. Let me do that really quick. Magenta, true. Magenta would be a great color. I don't work in this whole spectrum. I don't tend to work in all that often. Like I use it for accents, but I never use it as primaries. I realized I should just start a piece right over here, you know. Just start a piece with a magenta base. Okay. Quickly sorting through my references files because I'm gonna grab this image over here. There you go. Look at him, he's so spooky. But we're gonna light this because we've just painted off a reference so far, and that's a little bit boring. So let's light something. Like these two over here are ones that I've lit myself, and they've been fun. What's kind of nice about it is that usually my original stuff gets fucking destroyed on social media. Not that it particularly matters, right? Because we have thick skins, right? We have thick skins as artists. We're okay with a bit of criticism and negative response. But lately it's been overwhelmingly positive, which I guess means we're slightly transitioning a little bit above what we once were. Because these pieces have done really, really well, especially on some more critical places that I've posted them, which is nice. I've gotten some good feedback, but overall not as harsh and acerbic as I expected. So it's been good goings. Also, I highly suggest that, by the way, if you're a growing artist, find communities that hate you, find communities that just do not like your work. Because the second they start liking your work, it means that you're really making some improvements. Alright, take a drink of water and we'll start on this one. And I've sort of tried to cultivate that a little bit with our community over here. Because you notice that I don't shy away from using words like bad or can be improved or all this shit. I'm not always default like, oh, this is the best piece ever. And I really tried, maybe I'm a little bit too much in that direction, honestly. I'm still a little bit too magnanimous with evaluation. But it's not that I don't believe in the idea of encouragement. I just think that there's ample encouragement on the platform already. I feel like it makes someone a sense, just not because it's what I believe personally, but I think it's more effective for there to be channels that are literally go, yeah, I mean, this is what you could improve. Like, don't say the piece is great or whatever, just say this is what you could improve. I feel like that's better for the overall, like, health of the creative community. But I might be overthinking this shit, honestly. Who cares? But it's worth thinking about to a certain extent. Your critique is censor? Do you mean sincere? But yeah, I'm not about hating people's artwork. That's fucking dumb, no matter how you slice it. But not being overly positive is because people like give me a little bit of flack sometimes for saying stuff like, I mean, just saying stuff like bad, for example. That's a big one. People really don't like that. They don't get personally. Artwork is like there's such a thing as bad artwork, such a thing as better artwork. But I don't know. Maybe it's my upbringing, but it never made any sense for me that those things aren't the case. Of course they are. Somebody help me with lighting on this piece. What do we do for this one? So the last time I did a wolf was warm primary, blue secondary. So warm primary, cool secondary. Light. This one we can have some fun with it. I kind of see it having like a really beautiful warm yellowish light. Not just yellowish orange, but almost like yellowish green, heading the other way. Like a mid-yellow, yellowish green. And I want to add like a blue. We'll make it like a purplish blue as opposed to like a light baby blue. I think that's how I want to light this. At least in my head it seems okay. And the eyes, I want to bring some red out in them. Yeah, I think I want to use some like deepish, as Lee said, I want to use some magenta kind of accent notes on the eyes. And maybe bring out some greens in the actual sclera of the eye. Might be good. Okay, that's my idea for this. But we don't have to put that into practice just yet, because we still have to do a bunch of drawing. Not a bunch of drawing, but at least some I'm gonna hold. Let's try and do it, shall we? I have a couple of pieces already today. It's gonna be a nice little post. But they're not super high quality pieces, I realize, right? But again, I'm cutting myself a lot of slack because I've been literally sitting on my chair for not sitting on my chair particularly. Like I take breaks to use the restroom and go lift in between, do my pull-ups, and that's it. So I'm still sitting down way too much. Actually, I'm gonna try and avoid that. So when I just get up, I'm gonna go do a couple of sets of pull-ups and I'll be right back. If you'll allow me, so I will be back in just a couple of seconds. But I'll leave you with some animal pieces. Go anywhere. Do that wolf piece. Alright, be right back. Alright, I'm back. What I miss? Nothing too important now. I gotta shave off my calluses, I just realized. They're a little bit, kind of getting in the way right now. Nothing? Alright, thanks, Chloe. Thanks for telling me that my whole existence is meaningless. Why you care or anything? Alright. Actually, I gotta check my phone just really quickly before I start this painting. It's really important to me if a certain person is streaming that I rate them as soon as possible. See. Dude, people are liking that cloud painting, man. Leave like a small text bar. Oh, yeah, right, I gotta do what Bonnie does. Just like write BRB on the screen right there. It's just super efficient. Or super lazy, depending on how you do that. Very pretty. Holy shit, people are really liking that the Cloud Wolf thing. I'm surprised. I don't think it's that good of a piece, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like the cropping of it. Like, the more I look at it in my sidebar, the more I don't like it. Like the cropping, I think it could be a lot tighter. Like, if anybody's in the stream that can look at the painting on the bottom right, like, don't you think the cropping could be a lot tighter? Like, there's so much dead space. Especially in the negatives in the ocean. I don't like that one. I don't know. Maybe it's personal taste. I think the wolf itself is okay. That one's okay. Alrighty. More paintings. This is gonna be fun because I don't think I've done a grayscale to ever on stream before. Get rid of this really quickly. Because for some reason those are lagging my computer. Now it should be okay, and it is okay. Nice. Okay. So there's a pet peeve that I have about images like this. The pet peeve is the fact that there's like so much like nothing in the canvas, and I get the cropping, it's kinda cool. Because the wolf head is centered, the eye is centered, which is neat, right? So the photographer knows what they're doing. However, the actual painting of it, like, I don't like this much, like, just nothing in the canvas, it's distracting. So I'm going to slightly bring this down. Mace of the Fox? Yeah, sure. That's Fox. I think it could be more rectangular. The cropping of the painting on the bottom right, or the one we're going to just do right now. But what I'm going to do for my own sake, for quality of life here. Also, how's it going, Bazaar? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, it's okay. It's like a really rudimentary painting. I'm going to quickly grab this ref. We're going to just chop it into a little bit of a more manageable bite size. Bottom? You think it could be more rectangular? Really? That one? Oh, I'm the opposite. I think it would make a great cover for a phone if it was more vertical. Like, if it's supposed to be more rectangular, it's gotta be a lot more rectangular, I feel like. Because otherwise it's like, it's heading to like square territory. Cheers, Abs. Thanks, dude. And there was a bot in your earlier Abs and you missed it, you piece of shit. What am I paying you for? Alright, let's quickly go grab the all new and improved reference. Right over there. Much more easier to handle. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna light it based on the scheme that I explained. But before we do any of that, we have to draw it, right? Because it doesn't matter how we light it, we gotta put this into practice. I finished my thumbnails. Oh, okay, everybody, it's the Azar section of the stream. Everybody put your hands together, yay. Alright, post. It's time for Twitch Plays Azar's Art School, let's go. I'm kidding, this post. I'm just giving you shit. Last time I checked, you were paying me to sleep with your mum, not to mod your chat. Why would I? I mean, you have to be paid to sleep with my mum. Let's be honest here. Jesus Christ. Age has not been kind to that woman. Alright, post your stuff, Mr. Enemies. Let's see it. In the meantime, I'm actually going to start on this piece because I actually want to finish this on stream. I've been asked by a couple of people to have this on video, and I might time-lapse it for YouTube. A few people, more than a few people, have been asking me to get a time-lapse of pieces like this, right, when I relight something. So I kind of want to get it on video somehow. So that might be a good idea. Kizaki, good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. We finished these two pieces on stream today. So just getting some pieces out there. These are very like rudimentary once-over pieces. There's not too much thought that goes into them. Mostly just figuring out some rendering issues and just testing out some theories about the way the shapes interact. So stuff like that. Very, very non-impact. Like it's not non-impact, but it's low-impact stuff. But anyway, it's still painting. Just not as hyper exciting as we used to. Yeah, at the end of the day. Amount of enthusiasm is still there. The mind wants to paint, but the body is bruised and unwilling. We just force it regardless. When in doubt, just force, right? It's a good ideology to keep. Joke, by the way. Let's check this out. What do we have? Oh, we have some fight scenes. Dude, I taught this child bashing and now I've created a monster. It's grown. It was a wondrous little bulb full of possibility and now it's grown into an unstoppable cancerous horde. It's bashing everywhere. Nah, I'm just kidding. See it in a couple of places. Right here. The bazaars. Thumbnails. Not bad for thumbnails actually. Much better than the ones I've seen in the past from you. Okay, the characters are placeholders for now. The thing I'm concerned with is, like Nick in the forest in the first frame looked like it's a blaze, while keeping in mind atmospheric perspective, same with the last frame. Okay. So forest is a blaze, let's just get it down there. So it's a blaze, which means it's a light source. If light source means it means it needs to go lighter. That's our first little thing. Let's talk about the thumbnails themselves as storyboards. Do they make any consistent amount of sense? Oh. See, here's my problem with this. That's the pyre from TF2. I know, my dude's gonna go to jail, dude. Gay Ben's gonna show up on his doorstep. Fucking just sentence him to a 1 million years dungeon. So here's my problem with this, it's a pretty big problem as well. Unless you're using this as pose reference, in case I still have a problem with it. But, like, there's an inconsistency in character. So the next time you do something like this, pick something a bit more generic. Because then you can actually use it, because you're gonna have to repaint this entire thing for no reason. And I get the idea that you want it to be like this dude that has a flamethrower, and I get it. But the fact is, like, there's so much of this that you gotta repaint anyway, that allow me to make a very, like, easy and large decision here for you. Is just do this. This right now is equally as useful as the pyro, because this is going to be replaced. This gives me positional information for the overall silhouette. And what's even more important is that it takes me 1 second to do. So I really want you to consider that. Anziver told you this in the past, and she's 100% correct. The idea is that when you're trying to solve a thumbnail, or trying to solve a composition, you solve the composition, you don't solve the pose, you don't solve the detail. So, this might seem like I'm restricting, but in fact it's upping the chances of success, because you realize that if this entire piece was just this, was just that, against this thumbnail takes you 2.5 minutes tops, right? Which means you could have 15 different thumbnails in like very, very little bit of time. And in the development of said thumbnails, come to a much stronger conclusion. Do you get me? So the idea is that when you iterate through a stage like this, you want to keep it in a format that allows you to iterate. Because you can't iterate with this, right? This is super static, right? But with this, you can iterate heavily. And again, this is a very non-fun part about design, but it's once you like realize, if you have any kind of thought in the back of your head that, well, this looks worse. The thing about that is that if I do this and I go all the way back here and I add this, how much is that really changing? Like how much is that really solving or unsolving in the painting? It's really doing nothing to it. So this is something that I was taught to me when I was doing silhouettes, right? Because I spent way too much time on my silhouettes. I spent upwards of 5.5 to 6 minutes on my silhouettes. And you might think that's a small amount of time, but realize that for a good character, you would do between 30 to 60 silhouettes, right? For like a good developed character. I mean, I guess it depends on your workflow, but that's the way I do it. So I want to be able to iterate quickly. So the format in which I do my silhouettes completely changed to kind of accommodate for this idea. And again, like this has been, like with the Pokemon piece, for example, the way that Angie would solve the Pokemon piece is that she would just have like a big triangle for the Kingdra, a big triangle for the Skarmory, this kind of ideas. That's the very first thing that I want you to think about, because even though the idea of putting in these kind of stuff is important, or at least knowing how to bash is important, realize like why I did the bashing that I did for your Pokemon piece. It wasn't to give placeholder, because if I wanted a placeholder, I could just do this and it's done. Right, I have a placeholder right there. That's a man right there. That's the point, right? I mean, if you look at the thumbnails that I've done in the past, like let's look at it for any piece, right? Like this was the full comp. Wasn't even the thumbnail. This is the full comp of that finished piece that I did, right? So like, my full comp level is underneath your thumbnail level, which should say a lot of things. Right? That should be a lot of like ringing bells right there, just because of that. So this went to here, right? Finish. But the thing is, like, this offers me all of the important information. It's a placeholding stream, but I'm making things harder for myself. Well, yeah, because ultimately, like, I don't know if you iterated on this. I don't think you did. Like, I don't think there was much iteration on this piece at all, because you're kind of set in your ways here when you choose thumbnails like this, or when you choose placeholders like this. So realize that when I did it with the Kingdra, there's a really important step in there, which is I knew what the Kingdra was going to be facing. Like, I knew where it was placed. Like, I placed the Kingdra and I knew how it would be facing the camera. So I went into Sketchfab and I got that exact same angle and I put it in there, not to help me with the thumbnail particularly, or not to help me with the proportion or with the composition, but to help me with getting good structure on the Kingdra, right? Because I didn't want to paint the Kingdra in a particular angle. I didn't really want to do that. So when I showed you the thumbnail to show you exactly what it looked like, and I wanted that angle there. So that was after everything was solved, but this is when you're solving things, right? So I don't really want to see that on a thumbnail. Because again, it's just way too in there. And again, I could forgive it if it was a generic character as well, because then you could say, okay, it's a generic character, pose away, but then again, like, there's so much modification required over here, and not to mention that the entire style of the character is different from this character style, because it's entirely two different genres, right? So there's a bunch of problems you're creating there that could be just solved by simplification. That's my first note to make here, right? So just a bit of a thought towards this, like, especially with this one over here, like, this is kind of, it's a bit egregious. Like, I don't want to be excessively, like, I don't want to really stress on this point too much, because it'll sound really annoying. But like, really, how much of a difference is this making? Like, just putting that, like, you had the right idea over here. That's good. That also might be too much, by the way. But like, really, is there that much of a difference, thumbnail-wise, between this and just a square box, or for any of these? It's worth considering, because it's effective process. Because when you are working in the industry, for example, you can't just show somebody saying that, okay, this is my finished thumbnail. Right? The point of the thumbnail is that you can show multiple versions of the same image. So you can't be sitting there sketchfabbing every single image, right? That doesn't make any sense for, it makes sense for the iteration aspect of it. So that's why you do this. So when it comes time to figuring out the pose, you figure out the pose. But you do this to figure out the placement, right? Or the composition, for example. And then after you figure out the composition, you like the composition, then by all means jump into the placement. But even then, I'll jump into the actual, the specifics. But even then, you wouldn't use specific assets like this. You'd use something more generic, right? Like you'd use like a person, like a mannequin or something in this pose. you wouldn't use exactly this in post, because this is like a destructive way of thinking, in the sense that you have to remove things before you can start working, wherein it's much more effective process to be able to add things on top, right? For instance, if you wanted to draw a face, for instance, you wouldn't draw the face like this, right? Like you wouldn't start the head. If the actual face dimensions were, let's just say this much, right? And you use approximately in this area. When you're adding, let's say, the base color of the face, you wouldn't go this wide, right? You kind of just keep it somewhere in the ballpark. You wouldn't want to make it perfect, but just somewhere in the ballpark. You put it somewhere over here. So minor corrections required, but it's mostly there. So the idea is, don't give yourself too much work, because you want to be doing this a lot, right? And time is definitely a concern. Like for most people, I'd hedge my bet and say, maybe you want to just do this for fun, but you want to be a professional, so that means that you're willing to do this when it's not fun. And this sort of stuff is not fun. Everybody loves putting in details. It looks good, but the design aspect requires, that's like the fundamental idea of design, is that we need to be able to experiment with things in the most effective way possible, because you're never going to get it right the first time. You might not even get it right the 5th time, really depends. And if you're lucky, you'll get it right on the first time, but that doesn't mean you don't do iterations, right? So that's the whole idea. And that's why we have this whole design pipeline to allow for that, right? So like when you're doing character design, for example, that whole pipeline that I've shown previously on the stream, I mean, that's why that's even there to begin with, because it details the entire progression. And every stage is done with the bare minimum requirement of what needs to go there, right? Like stuff like this, for example. Like it's bare minimum requirement silhouette thing, right? So none of these designs took me more than like a minute and a half, let's say, to get to this conclusion. But well, like look at where they came from though. Like we have all this stuff before that comes, like right before this step that we have to do in order to come to the conclusion. So this the biggest notion here is that put it in a way that like makes someone a sense to iterate on. That's a side note though. Let's solve your problems. Making the forest in the first frame look like it's ablaze, keeping in mind atmospheric perspective. Okay, well that's solvable, yeah. Okay, let's just make the biggest changes here. Let's go back and just really quick. There you go. Okay, just a bit of note towards design. I'm not going to stress on anything else design oriented right now. So we want the forest to be ablaze. So first thing that I want to do is I want to grab a reference for this, right? Because I can just do it haphazardly, but let's just do it how we were supposed to do it, right? The good way of doing it. So we'll just look at forest fire, for example. But I'm going to Google. So we have a couple of things that we can start to extract some features out of. Because really, at least the way that I've seen the way that the world works, right? Because I've studied a variety of materials and a variety of subjects, a whole bunch of stuff, right? And it's usually the difference in things is, it's very simplifiable, as in it takes maybe 2 or 3 things, 2 or 3 features on every single thing in the world to make you really think that it's that particular thing, right? For example, for waves, it's you need to get the splash, you need to get the curl, you need to get the crash, the 3 major proportional features. And for the rendering, you need to get the haze that comes from the splash, you need to get the light that goes through the wave, that goes towards the green, the filtered light, right? And you need to get the little bit of a highlight at the very top of the wave, where it catches the light like a cloud. If you do those 6 things, it's always going to look like a wave. No matter what you do, it'll read as water, it'll read as wave. So those kind of things. So I have like a library of maybe like 50 things that have this subcategory of like things that, you know, will make it look like that. So if I don't know something, then I just look at a picture of it and I'll say, okay, let's get something from there. I will analyze those 3 things. So like, let's take it in this particular case. What are the 3 things that make this forest look like it's on fire? So let's talk about the overall like values of it, right? So the brightest values are not in between these individual branches, but on the branches themselves, right? On the trees themselves. So you have this kind of smolder right around. You have a heavy amount of light right around that's almost outlining each individual tree, right? You have a secondary amount of bright value that follows this general shape in between, right? With a haze on top, that's fine. And it's very deeply saturated towards the red, right? Very homogeneously colored with maybe some dark overlap in the foreground. So we extracted some features out of it. So how do we put this into our painting? Well, we can start right here. So let's get the elements going, right? So the first thing that we get is a background haze, because that's how good layering works. So I'm going to quickly grab a selection here that mildly evokes the haze. I'm going to mask out this tree. Okay, really quickly. I'll paint the haze then. That needs to go lighter. So we'll grab a little brush there. Make it lighter. Alright. What's the second thing? Second thing is we need to get that dark silhouette of the trees, because even though it's going to be in the distance, it's still going to be dark, right? Maybe not super dark as it is in this picture over here, but it's going to be quite dark, because I can see in this picture of distance, you can still make out individual tree trunks, because the tree trunks are silhouetted against light. So it makes a lot of sense for those to be still visible regardless of distance, right? So you put those in there. So these trunks are going to be somewhat regular. So let's put it in there with, well, we can even draw it irregular if you wanted to, honestly. There's no requirement. It's more of a stylistic choice on how you want to depict it. But I'm assuming it's going to be something close to reality, so we can stick close to reality. So I want to grab a dark value. I haven't fully decided just yet what this value is going to be. I can still go dark, doesn't really matter. Because again, it's going to be sold, regardless of what I do. Because I just need to get the three things right? So I'm going to put in some darknesses in. And now the immediate question is, well, it's in the distance. It's in the distance, why are you painting darkness like this in the distance? What about atmospheric perspective, right? That's the immediate question. And the answer is, well, I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided how far away I really want these trees. That's a decision I can make later on. But realize that no matter how I make the decision, these marks are always going to be there in this painting, no matter what I do. The value of the marks, they might change. But this is just good layering, right? Because I'm going to put these marks in, and now I have the opportunity to do whatever I want with them. So I can make them lighter, like that, and I can push them in the distance. I can make them darker. I can push them in the foreground. But the idea is the marks are going to be there regardless, so it makes sense to paint the marks in, regardless of what we're going to do. So the idea behind doing something like this is that I'm not making every decision at the same time. I'm making decisions that I know are going to be right first, like this one, right? That I can afford to, and I can change it at a later time if I wanted to. But then suddenly, once I put these two things down, the amount of things that I need to do, I need to think about, suddenly dramatically decreases. So step by step, don't think about too many things at the same time if you can avoid it. And I can avoid it, so I'm going to do this much. What's the third thing that we need to put in there? There's a light there, yeah? There's a light that needs to go there. There's already a light like that in the background. I'm just going to use that one. Why not? And the light's quite centralized, quite localized to the tree themselves, right? To the actual tree, so let's put that light right there. It's going to surround. Trees. So we took three features, right? Three features we knew belong to, maybe not exclusively, because maybe there's more that exclusively belong to Forest on Fire, but we took three features of Forest on Fire and put them in there. I also maybe would like to put in the haze a bit stronger at this point. Again, I knew it was going to be there, and I can just slightly adjust the value for that to be the case. Right? Will having the same value from the flame and the trees take away from the focus? Here's a character in the middle ground with the flame. Will having the same value from the flame and the trees take away from the focus, which is, well, no. Okay, this might be a pretty important thing to think about. So it doesn't have to. Right now it is. But just because a value is in one place and is also in another place, doesn't mean that that value is going to start competing. Because remember, the actual importance or the visual interest of something is not solely on what that something is. It's that something in comparison to its context. Okay? Really, really important to understand. Because I can use the same value in two places over here, and one of them is going to make a big difference and the other one's going to make no difference. Here we go. paint a dark right over here, paint a dark right over there. Which one do you see more? This is a very obvious one, right? Super obvious. But this is the idea, because the conclusion here is that we can just establish a context, and if we change the context of a certain dark, that's all we need to do to try and really establish that that dark needs to be looked at, right? Like for instance, for this particular dark, if I wanted to make this character really stand out, there's a really simple thing I can do for that. Because it's this dark over here silhouetted around this light with a haze around it. So I could just do something like this. I could add, because I can just play around this haze as an ambiguous amorphous form, so I can just use it wherever I want to. So what I would do is I would just grab this, like one of the many solutions. This is called solving composition. So one of the many solutions here, mouse this character around really quickly, is I could just bring it into the foreground really quickly, because I need a light there. Like no question about it, I need a light there to get a stronger read. So I could just do this, right? There's nothing stopping me from doing this. Or even doing this, you know? Or even adding some flames behind it. Like, stops this. I need a light there, and it's a fiery scene, so why don't we use it to justify? And you might think that, okay, well, this is super artificial, right? This doesn't happen. This doesn't really happen in images. But it does. Every scene that we ever see ever in any professional setting has been crafted in a way that allows you to get maximum read and to have them have you focus on where they want you to focus. It's just the way that everything works. These kinds of ideas. Right, so now the character is fully in focus, right? Erica, is everything going alright there? Like, are you just saying it to say it, or are there actually trolls and actually chat? Because I can mod the chat while I stream. I don't mind. So once I establish that, Azar, so then I can just put in secondary elements here, so that it doesn't look too obvious and on the nose. This kind of idea. So this is called unifying, because you can unify anything, by the way. You can unify colors, values, all this other stuff. But the idea of unifying stuff is to say that you can't just be too on the nose, right? I call it the spotlight effect, for example. Like let's just say over here on this character, right? Like here's a lighting scenario for this particular character, right? Here's a lighting scenario. I want you to look at this character, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna light him, right? Boom, he's lit. Now here's a big problem with this. The big problem is that it's just this character and nothing else in the scene. Sure, you can conceive of a way for this to make sense, which is just the spotlight on him, right? You can conceive of a way that this makes some sense. But it's too on the nose for it to be compositionally, to make any sense. It's just too heavy hitting. So we don't do stuff like that. So for that to be unified, what we would do is we put like more light spilling on the sides of him, for example. We put light on the edge of this tree over here. We put light coming out of that. Right, so the more I do this, the more it actually looks like it exists somewhere, like it's realistic. So you can't do on the nose shit. So that's why unifying is a big thing that we gotta do. Like for example, on this painting that I did over here, like that was a big problem because I had just lit this nose over here, and I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like I don't understand the anatomy of the skull well enough to light that, so I bullshitted my way through the piece. But I also added some light down here, but realized that I can't get away with just lighting one area in the piece. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how anything works. And if it does work, then it seems artificial. Explain the context thing again? Yeah, sure, I can do that. So this is how it works. Maybe I can just show you with painting. So look at this painting over here of the wolf, right? So I use the same dark, in fact, in several areas in this painting, right? So I use it on the nose, the eyes, the ears. Same dark, right? I just sampled it for you, in fact, so you know it's the same value. So why do we look here instead of here? That's a question, right? Why do we look there instead of there? The answer is contrast. Because it turns out it doesn't matter what a value is by itself. What matters is the difference between values, right? Contrast and difference directs vision, directs interest. That's how it works, right? We immediately look for a difference. We don't look for the same. The same kind of helps us kind of bide our time. Right? Remember our design philosophy? The biggest design principle? The unity with variety? We can't have so much variety to the point that it distracts us or just affronts us. But we have enough difference, we have enough variety for us to A, gain visual interest, and B, have a clear, direct idea of what our interest and focal point actually is. Right? So the reason that we look at here instead of over here is that over here there's so much of the same, and over here there's so much of the different. Right? Way more than right over there. One could argue that these light little shapes right over here are a bit of a mistake, but still, like, look at the contrast there, right? And look at the contrast here. That's the answer, right? That's just, and remember that this doesn't even, it's not restricted to the idea of value. This could be the same case for color, for example. I could make you look at a red over here way more than I can make you look at a red over here. Because the red over here I put next to maybe a deeper, darker shade of red, and over here I put it next to a blue. Suddenly you look over here, because color contrast. I could make it do the same thing with shape language. I put a triangle up here next to a bunch of triangles. I put a circle over here next to a bunch of triangles. Where do you look? Circle. Right? I can do the same thing with size, with amount of detail, right? With certain types of brushwork even. I can do it with a bunch of things, but the idea is difference. Difference dictates vision, always, given good context. Because if there's too many things that are different, nothing is different. So difference implies that it is different from something else. And if you can manage the difference properly, the components of that difference may be individually somewhere else, but when they're in a certain context, that's what really determines where you're going to look. That's the idea. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's darks here in the background. This dark is going to be against something like this, perhaps. That kind of gray. Right? But this dude over here, he's going to be against a bunch of this white over here. So that's how I solve it. And there's so many ways of solving it. You can easily argue, and you can easily maybe correctly argue as well. I could do something like this, right? I could add a very easy haze over all of this. Right? I could say, okay, it's in the distance, there's a bunch of smoke and shit. Right? Smoke and shit and piss and ass and all this other stuff. And then I don't need this fire anymore because I solved it using that. I solved it using a bunch of glazed over haze. Right? But that doesn't give us the answer here. Because the answer doesn't rely on a simple solution. The answer relies on a principle, and that principle is the difference. The principle is the contrast. That's the real idea here. Because once you understand that, then the possibilities of solving the image are endless. Because all you have to do is try to dictate the difference properly, and then you solve the image. So I solved it with value. You could even solve this with color. You could solve it with your with the way that you position everything. Like you could have all of these kind of blended together in terms of their overall proportional positioning, and this one is separate. It's in an area of calm, for instance. You could have a bunch of noise here, and you could have no noise over here with just the character. Like you could have animals running around and birds flying around and leaves falling to the floor, and then there'd be nothing over here, just barren wasteland with just a single character in there. Where would you look? You would look here, you wouldn't look there. Even though you would think, okay, there's so much activity, I need to look there. Really, it's about difference. Because if every area of the piece is active except for your actual area over here, you will look here, you won't look there, because that's the same and this is different. That's the principle right there. Right? And that's why it works. So when you think about the principle, and there's so many things like this, so many principles like this that you can use to kind of figure out solutions to a bunch of problems, but that's really what you got to think about. So that's how I come to this conclusion. But remember, I use the word solution, right? I use the word solve. That's because there's so many ways of solving it, right? Like I just said, like 4 of them right there. That's the idea. And then it's just a question of maintaining, because right now we're just kind of giving a notion of what's going to go here. Like these kind of ideas, just a little bit of a notion. But the thing is, this is like the easiest part of creating an image, is the thumbnail, because we're just giving hints about what's going to happen. But really, it's the easiest thing in the world to lose out on what we just saw. So stick to this first and foremost, like this principle of difference, I guess. And don't think about it as this particular area has to have this value, this particular man has to have this value. It's not really the case. Your values can be very fluid for the most part in your piece. It just has to be justified. Like, you know, the idea, because I know that you studied from the same places that I have for certain topics. Also, thanks for the follow, Andre. So we have this idea, right? We say that if because of atmospheric perspective, because of distancing, if I have a cloud or if I shadow all the way back here, like there's no way I can have a value like this, right? There's no way I can have a value like this. And you'd probably be right for the most part. What about a value like this? Is that possible? It actually is. It's totally possible. A value like this. This could be a heavy cast shadow of like a rain cloud, for example, right? So a lot of things are possible. Really, the underlying question that needs to be asked for these kind of pictures is, what do I want to see, as opposed to like what makes sense to go there. Because once you figure out what you want to see, then you justify it with the weight and the authority of study and the authority of rules that you've learned. But honestly, you can't paint based on the rule, right? The rule has to kind of restrict what you already put on the painting, but don't start with the rule. And this, I don't know if I should be saying this because it's really stupid. Like, it's a dumb thing to say to beginners, and even to, like, even at my level, maybe I don't understand it well enough. But because it was explained to me by a bunch of really fucking good painters. But that's the idea, right? So, like, for instance, like for the wolf painting that I just did on the bottom right, like I had the idea of that wolf looking the way that it did. I had no idea how to solve it so that it looked like clouds. I just knew that I had this image in my head, this kind of idea, and that's how I did it. How much do you charge, Azar? Not enough. But that's how I would put the flame, by the way. I raid James too often. You raided me like 2 times in the history of me knowing you. In fact, I'm almost guaranteed I've raided you more times than you raided me. Okay, well that's a solution, right? That's one of your solutions. You give him exposure? Yeah, he exposes himself to me, alright, that's how he actually pays for it. That's what I can't tell you guys. That's the real exposure right there. Exposes them fat... Actually, I can't say fat titties on the stream. Not bad. Alright. Well, that's how I would solve the forest fire idea. Because this is actually new to me as well, but it doesn't seem like the tops of the trees are on fire, just the bottom. How neat is that? It might be a specific thing to this, but you gotta realize that a reference looks like a reference and a thing is a thing. So if it looks like that, then it's good enough for me. But there you go, forest fire, ba-boom. Also, beyond all this, you know, even subbed, shameless, I know, right? Shamelessness. But yeah, so I gave you everything. I gave you the goods right there. So get the features, evaluate the features, and everything has features if you look for them. Every single thing has a feature, right? And you put those features in there, and then you just make it work for the context. Right? So realize I did nothing for the character until I established like this whole fire scene, because it's gonna be on fire. Like no matter how I slice this little vegetable here, it's gonna be on fire. So I put it on fire first, and then suddenly we had a problem. We're like, oh look, my character doesn't look nearly as obviously in the focus anymore. What the hell do I do now? I'm screwed. But then you solve that problem, but you don't solve everything at the same time, because then what happens is you don't paint for 45 minutes and then you blame your chat for it. That's what happened. You want to avoid that. So one thing at a time. But with this kind of process, and it doesn't have to be yours, but with this kind of ideology, you're always moving forward in the piece. So it's always constructive. But hopefully that was helpful.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
Thanks for gifting the stuff there, Mr. Randomies. Solmer, I appreciate you. Yeah, the dude's gotta pay for his rent, which is why he's not subbing. Plus, I don't offer anything to sub, so there's no reason to sub. Was there any other question in there that I missed, by the way? I didn't do it for you. Attaboy, Solmer. You tell him. That's good. Very good. Alright, so yeah, I think that's it for your questions, yeah. I got it done. Can I note your storyboard for a second? Let me see. So, as an outside perspective, right? So no, don't tell anybody what the story is about. Chat and me, we gotta figure out what the story is about, right? But nothing else than what we see. So, there apparently is a person in a tree and there's a dude walking away from an extremely well-painted forest fire that apparently he's the cause of, because we have yet to put in a nefarious little he done it kind of thing right now. We need to add like that motif right now, the he done it. He did it over here. That's how you know he's the culprit. He's got the smoke. He's got a literal smoking barrel right there. Okay, so he done it, and I'm assuming this person leaps out from the tree, even though I can't see the tree here, so it's not very cohesive. But yeah, let's just say it's fine. And I would expect the entire city to be backlit over here. That's what I would want to see. There is some distance with trees on the background here, even though, well, I guess that's somewhat possible. I would prefer to have a large stone here, actually. Just for consistency's sake, because there's a large stone right over here. And how much did this dude jump? Like, did he jump into an entirely different scene? It's a bit of a problem. Would darkening the sky due to smoke create the figures in the light to stand out more? Yeah, it definitely would, because, well, it's not technically darkening the sky, but bringing the sky closer to a value of the trees here, or of the haze, that would also work over there. This way. But the issue with doing something like this is it creates like a layer of contrast I don't particularly like. But that can also be solved, you know? Because again, there are so many billion ways of composing. But if this was a problem, then you would just solve it by graduating the edge like that. So yeah, there are more than a couple of solutions. Who did the fires up above? That's called, a very special artist, by the way, Eric. Really, really good at his work. He's called a camera, and he does photorealistic work. I suggest checking him out at your local store. Okay, so a bit of an environment problem here. I would prefer a rock and a tree, because again, considerably how far did this guy jump? He's really happy. She's really happy. I like the face, by the way. It's a good face simplification. You've been doing your Osiris, I see. And then he says, "Oh shit!" Something to the side, like its expressions. Good. And yeah, there's fire right there. The right one looks like a painting. Are you sure about that? Okay, sorry. Let me tell you real quick. That's the weakest frame, right there. Yeah, I definitely think they're good, but this is the weakest frame overall. It's the least dynamic of the two, and it's also breaking the story a little bit. Not gonna lie. That's the only one that I would change. On my phone it does. Could you stop justifying this and just take the L, Erica? Just holding onto this bone like a starving dog. Just let it go. It's okay. You can get things wrong once in a while. Jesus. No, I'm kidding. It does look like a painting, you're right. Because of the rock? No, because of the okay, this is gonna be, I'm gonna simplify this because I'm taking too much time. But this is a very, very profile shot, which doesn't really serve the story right now, because there's a bit of a narrative disconnect that I don't particularly like. Which is, he's up in the air, right? He's about to take a shot. He lands, he's up in the air, and then he takes the shot. I don't like that. They switch places as well, which I don't like. Because we've established this idea of left, right, and now we're right, left. it's a little bit of a disconnect, which I don't like. So if you allow me to, I'm gonna quickly give you an alternative, right? Something that makes sense to me. Because it's called narrative cohesion, and I don't think I want to get into it because I'm not in a position to explain it very well. But I can offer you something in terms of like an idea, at least. Right? I can give you something. This is how I would do it. I'll keep you original out there. So I want that to be a lightish background, right? Because of the fire. Currently, where's the fire positioned? He's behind this dude. So this dude's going to be over there. So he's going to be over here. So my idea is in the tree, takes a jump, shoots in the air, and lands, right? So for added drama's sake, so just put in a horizon line here. Let's say it's about here maybe. Something like that, right? I'll grab a value of the light background here. Jesus Christ, calm down. Put that in there, like that. So then I'd have this kind of scene. I have a dark silhouette of the character like that. I have this dude crumpled in the background. The arrows in him. Yeah, something like this. I got the position right. I'm not quite sure exactly what I want to do with the character. I think having the character land would be a little bit better. Having like a land in like an Iron Man landing pose, like a 3-point landing. Yeah, that would be even better than this. Here's the alpha playing the forest. You see the guys burning in the fight. Because the forest is on fire. Okay. I would still do it like this. Because then we still maintain the story, right? So we have this kind of gesture for the dude. He's just sitting here crumpled. Like that. And then this is dropping down here. I probably wouldn't have it horizontal either, but... Kai, how's it going? Good to see you. Having a good day so far? How's it been treating you? Let me know. Always a pleasure. Maybe like that. Maybe it's dropping. This I think is better. It's more cohesion with the scene. Like that. Doing well, thanks for asking. How are you? Doing well. We finished a couple of payments today on stream. We did these two. A couple of doggos and puppers and cannons and stuff. Why did he burn the forest though? What's up with that guy? People kept swiping right on him. Tinder and he got way pissed. This is a better idea. Like that. Because, I mean, what I want to indicate here is that he's still falling. Stuff like that. You can also even up this even further. By having it this way, tilted towards the major character. Like that. He's falling like that. This will give you more cohesion with the piece on the right. I'm just thinking about how I want to pose this. How about that? Could have him crumpled in the background, right over there. Got arrows sticking in him. Like that. Again, same idea. He's still holding outside. Have it front lit or side lit. Thank you, Kai, I appreciate you. I'm just helping somebody out with their thumbnails at the moment. Sorry if this is a little bit excessively boring. Apologize. And that is also possible. But there, have the bow running like that. See, I'm being really vague and quick, because this is how I go through my thumbnails. Like, I did maybe 3 there in the course of the last 45 minutes, and that's on stream. But that's how I tend to do it really quickly. Damien Fate, welcome man, good to see you. I'm just helping somebody with their thumbnails at the moment. Generally I do studies in the stream. Just kind of idea. I'm being somewhat restricted by the cropping here.
Oh, fuck.
But I would do it with a slightly wider horizontal cropping shot because I want to just show the legs. I want to show her landing. That's like an idea, because with the way that it was initially, it was just far too disconnected, right? So if you're going to disrupt the left-right kind of idea, storytelling idea over here, at least have her land over here and have him in the background. And having her front-facing gives you a good segue right over here. These kind of ideas. These are done by Mr. Randomese in the chat, by the way. If you want to see examples of my work, this is my work here. This is stuff that I've done in the last, I think all of these were done in the last week and a half. Right over there. When he gets shot, the flamethrower spills all over the place. I get it. So the flamethrower needs to be a big part about the piece. If that's going to be the case, then you can have it this way, and you can even communicate it via the piece, which is you have the flamethrower always be a large part and have it go off to the side like this, behind the character, so it's being obscured narratively, like that, right? And we have that be the lightest point in the piece, so that it is a point of interest. That way. That's how I would solve it. So we've solved the majority of this, which means we just need to do refinement now. So it would be like that. I think we should really note just how weird, because I do this with a lot of this with selection just to make it interesting for myself. But realize that this piece is like, it's done in my eyes, because this is how it looks to me at least. Like, let me just show you like the next stage, like the sketch phase of this. I may have just crashed my Krita. No, it's good. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, we have experienced some technical difficulties with the stream. If you could fasten your seatbelt and hold your passport securely in your mouth so your next of kin can identify your remains, in the smoldering wreckage of our aircraft. Please assume the position and take the oxygen masks from the displayed container. Get high as fuck because it's gonna be a big ride here. Hey, how's it going, Bren? Good to see you. You're catching me in the second that my program has just crashed, but it is so lovely to make your acquaintance. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Heroic Logic and Horrific Anxiety. My two favorite sons along me in this journey of life. My Heroic Logic and my Crippling Anxiety. It is good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, my Krita just crashed. I do apologize. I don't know what you're seeing, but I'm seeing just pure whiteness right now on my screen.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, thanks for the follow, even though I'm not really showing you any of my my traits of extreme worth, but rest assured that they will be doled out in just a second. Just trying to get this into a working fashion. Bren, how's your stream, by the way? If you guys are unfamiliar with Bren does writing on Twitch. Very unique. She's very good at it as well. I purchased books. You should go follow her. I think she's the last to out with. I also painted her as well. I painted her on her birthday a while ago. Yeah, it's an F right now. It's a big F. All right, let's close this and neglect to send a report to Microsoft, because what a way to stick it to the man. And let's hope that we can recover all of the files that we have open. Perhaps we will be able to. It was great. I hope it was. Feel free to link your social media and all that stuff. Bren also has a book out, by the way, if you want to purchase it. Support independent creators, man. It's up to you. Only you can help prevent forest fires, and only you can help ensure that artists get their due, because got it, man. Got it. Take it from me. Super F, yeah. It really is a super F. I'm doing an Inktober challenge, turning the prompts into writing prompts. Good for you. Hell yeah, getting in on it. Excellent. What was today's prompt? And I'm not going to ask you for a brief summary, that's a bit too demanding, but I hope you have fun with it. And yeah, feel free to link your stuff if you'd like to. Thank you so much for the critique. Mr. Randomly's just given up, man. He thinks we're not going to do anything more with it. He's just given up. He's like, yeah, you know what, I'll give this dude some slack. How dare you? I don't need such complacency from you, right? We're gonna recover that piece and we're gonna finish it to a point where I'm happy with it, because this is no longer your crib, it's my crib. There you go. Thanks, Brent. Go check her out. No, you think you're done when you say we're done? No, you're done when I say we're done. That's how it works. Also, I painted this wolf over here. Hope you like it. That's my little thumbnail right there with line. It's a couple of puppies who lost their dad. Again, that's why I leave the better writing to Bren over there. She has the good narratives. I have the really on the nose, bare bones, ridiculous narratives. I'm turning each prompt into a 1,000 word story, Jesus, and they're all connected into one big 31k. That's awesome. That is quite demanding, but I think you can do it with all your writing sprints. I think you got the chops. That's a lot of words. It's more words than I know, that's for sure. I know maybe like 5 or 6 at the most on a good day. It says an auto-saved file exists for this document. Let's gander at this auto-saved file. I have no idea if it's going to be okay. What on earth is this? Oh, hey, I can show you some work now. Hell yeah. Here's some stuff that I've drawn in the past. Man, it even saved my selection there. How cool is that? But here's some work that I've done in the past week and a half. I draw a lot of animals. At least I have in the last few days. Been a lot of wolves and a lot of tigers. So here's some tigers and here's some wolves. I expect you to know the difference, and if you don't, probably be a more interesting person than I would be. Grammar. I also do portraits. I'm primarily a portrait artist, but you wouldn't be able to tell looking at my stream because it's just mostly animals on. Some of the woods repeat, to be fair. She's a cheater. She's a hack. Get her. Thanks, Lee. I appreciate you. All these right before National Novel, right? No, you're gonna come in prepared, Bren. Right now, like, you're gonna come in like Arnold Schwarzenegger on the day of the Olympia. Like, you're so good that you can just chill. You don't have to mug up, you don't need any flashcards, you just come in there. You got a hamburger in your hand, because you know you're just so much better, you're gonna win. Cheers. Have a good road trip tomorrow. I really appreciate bringing you people over here. And yeah, check out Bren one last time. We do appreciate it. Great. Have a good one. Thank you for reading. This is what we've done on stream, by the way, today. I did these 2 paintings. These are both in an hour. I work fairly quickly. I like working quickly. For most things, much to the extreme disappointment of my female companions, but you know, I got shit to do, so I like to just be a little bit more quick with it. Do I, by any chance, have any of the stuff that I have done for you, Azar? Oh, yes indeed we have. God bless autosave. So, this is how it's going. Let's just quickly do some quality of life stuff. I'm helping somebody with their silhouettes, by the way. Just like to relate it to writing. So just like in writing, you're gonna put in, at least I'm sure this is an effective practice in writing, it would make sense to me for it to be the case. But you don't like start writing the beginning and then start writing the middle and then start writing the end, right? What you would do is you would have a vague semblance of what goes in for your introduction, and then your middle meat of the meat and potatoes, and then your conclusion, right? So just like that, for art, a lot of the times what we do is we kind of get a vague semblance of what's gonna go on, and then we go into the specifics. So thumbnails are just like that, a vague idea of what's gonna happen, and then we fill it in with much more juicy details. But just like how the internal details won't matter if you don't get the structure right, the details on a painting won't matter unless you get the placement and composition right. So very, very similar stuff. Art's quite similar. Okay, so with that said, let's jump into this, and we'll give you a bit more specifics. So I gave you a really rough comp here, but it's gonna work. It's gonna work quite well for what we're doing here. Even though I would like it to be a bit more vertical space would be nice on that particular thing, but it's not the worst thing in the world. We can still get by. Okay, so in that respect, in that interest, let's just grab a fill tool, which I've been desperately searching for while I talk. I finally found it. I want to be able to reduce the opacity of this layer. Okay, now I can do this. Awesome. So, like, once you have everything written down like that, once you have everything in this stage, then you can start to apply specifics, right? I can start to pull from your character. So let me just grab any sort of brush, right? So now that I have the placement done, now it's just a question of like getting into the next stage. So character has a hood, for example, so we can just paint the hood in there really quickly. Right, character has a shoulder and a bicep. Just a notion. I don't even have to go this specific at this stage, but it's fine. So I'm using the arm as an element to point towards the main character. It's a bit too on the nose here, I'm not gonna lie, but it's fine for what it is. It doesn't seem like, well, I would expect her to have a hood in this shot, but she doesn't. I'm just gonna treat it like she has a cloak. Does she have a cloak in any of these? I mean, you haven't gone specific, so it's too demanding. I'll give her some boobies because she's a girl. Give her some hips because hips are nice. So this is how this would go. Dude, Angie would kick my ass right now because she would be like, oh, you're being too stiff with your silhouettes. You know what, Angie? Fuck you. You're also right. Be less stiff. This is the kind of idea. This guy would be crumpled over. Right? So we draw an outstretched arm again. An outstretched arm. Because outstretched arms are just good for composition. We just draw him crumpled over in a mess. Really quickly. This is not going to be an outstretched arm, it's going to be a folded arm. There's got arrows sticking out of him. Right? This is how you develop everything. So we're just going to fill this in with darkness because it's going to be dark right now because she just killed a man. She put a boat up to his head and shot some arrows till he was dead. I drive women in cloaks, it's fun. Okay. So I'm basically like, I'm just T-posing right now. I'm T-posing to establish dominance, but the dude's dead, right? He's fucking dead. And his gun's sitting right over there. He's gonna add a plume of delicious, delicious blaze. Gonna start spilling out here. That. And that goes into the light. I know Lee said something about putting it on the opposite page, and I can only assume he knows what he's talking about. There's so many solutions. Again, I don't claim to be an expert in the subject, but this kind of idea. This is an equally valid silhouette that kind of works with the rest of the piece. I think this arm is a bit too on the nose, you know? It's a bit too, like, crazy there. I don't like how insanely it's pointing towards that character. It could be easily like this. We've gone through so many different iterations here. Kind of idea. The fire's already started, thus the elf already failed. Alright, so we don't even need it then. Cool. But it's nice to just put in there, just because it silhouettes a character out, just for later ideas as well. With this kind of idea. And just have the background be lighter, because fire. And we have a comp. Really quickly, right? So you wouldn't technically do this, but just to show you like what I would see. This kind of idea. The original frame was about, but the fire was started over here, wasn't it? There was a forest fire in the background here. And he's already firing over here. And there's fire over here. But yeah, the idea is overall, like, that's just a better silhouette. Sorry, a better thumbnail. Because it flows better from this frame to this frame. Like the actual contents of it, I mean, you can vary narratively, but this flows better than having that scene that was already there. Because this goes directly into this scene, which is good, and it can come directly from this scene. Because we have this arc kind of motion here. So we can take placement, so basically the idea is you can just take this. You can take this position, and with any value structure, and then continue to the next frame. That kind of idea. Like we could just take the opposite here, for example. We could just completely darken up this background over here, get light from only his gun, for example, and then have light coming from the right hand side. Also very possible. Ideally, I would like this to be the close-up shot. That's fine. Also, you can actually get a free frame here. Now that I think about it, because people in the stream have been talking about having an extra frame. The fact that these two frames are so similar, it kind of means that you could combine them if you'd like. It's quite possible. Because you could do something like this if you'd like. Have let's go there. You can have this frame, right? Then you have this follow that frame immediately after. Then you have a free frame in between for the fight. So then this frame gets removed. It's also an alternative. Because then you get a free extra frame if there's a frame limitation. Because this also works perfectly for what we just did, right? Like it conveys exactly what we need. Then this goes over here, and then you have an extra frame for the fight. So then you could put in your profile shot, for example. That would also work. We had a workshop with a professional comic artist. He said that my drawings communicate my ideas well, which is why I went with what I did. But I'm getting ideas from the script as well. Do note the fact that the people that take the class, you have no idea how vicious they can be, or how vicious they are not being. So it really depends, because you don't ever want to be like coddled by any person. So just because they said something doesn't necessarily mean. I think it's a good initial, but take it with a grain of salt. Like take the good and the bad with a grain of salt always. But again, an idea for an extra frame right there. So you can fit it with the same kind of ideas, but then get something. Yeah, but I think 6 is fine for the story. Even though I think it would do it by writing like the introduction, the action scene, conclusion, realization, and the end scene, right? I think that's fine the way that's structured. Yeah, but some ideas right there too for you to play with. I like this actually a lot, this thumbnail. I think that works quite well. Because it was kind of bothering me, there were two that were very, very similar. But that might just be from my silhouette stuff. Because when two things look similar, I just get naturally bothered right now. But there you go, that was a fun question. A lot of stuff to answer there. But yeah, the biggest things that should be taken away over here, not the ideas. The ideation stuff is like more for my own interest. But this stuff is what really is the big golden goose egg here for the particular crit. Ooh. Yeah, no problem. I get a lot from it as well, because I don't get design questions. It's a word for me. You know, I made a diss track for Tom Chi. The fucking guy hasn't showed up on stream today, which really sucks. I think he's gonna stream tomorrow, which means you guys are only gonna hear it tomorrow. It sucks. I spent like an hour making it. It's alright, we'll play it tomorrow. It'll be raid. Oh, I think Ashley got raided by Maddie. Yeah, why not? Thanks, Mandy, I appreciate that. That was a really fun pick. I've been doing a lot of wolf studies recently. Some of them are straight studies, like I think these are straight from reference. I think this is the only one that's straight from reference. I did the lighting and colors for these ones. Okay, this and this are straight from reference. I did the colors on this, I did the lighting on this, and then the wolf piece I did basically everything. She wasn't? Oh, she's doing really fucking well for herself. Is it bad to say that I think I leveled up? I don't want to like boost my ego, but after overcoming that art block, I feel like I'm doing things I wasn't able to do. Yeah, you should take pride in the accomplishment. I'll stick with it, but yeah, I don't think it should be like a cutthroat fucking horrible journey. Eric Webb? Dude, Eric Webb's a good dude. I like him a lot. Alright, who do we raid though? I am Dunzo for today. You want us to boost your ego? That's not gonna happen in this stream, I guarantee you. Yeah, but thanks for the question. Wanna rate Shay Shay? Shay Shay is kind of a bit lower. I like Shay's stream. It's a good stream. But I need to mod Ashley's anyway, so I'm gonna just save myself a click and just cheat. Cheers, Lee. Thanks for your input as well. Oh Jesus Christ, Ashley, you're so loud. Okay, let's go Raider. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. It was fun for me as well. Man, I just want to go to bed right now. I woke up at at like 8 in the morning, and I've just been fucking drawing all day. Yeah, what Donnie said. Like, I do not preach this fucking horrible. I'm sorry, I'm swearing. I'm tired, but I don't preach this notion of every journey of improvement must be thankless and you must take no joy in what you do. Take time to appreciate what you did. Don't dwell on it, but take time to appreciate it. Okay. Well, that's it, guys. I do appreciate all of you beautiful people hanging out today's stream. I think we got a lot of work done. Got some follows in there, got a sub in there. I think we can call that a success, wouldn't you? But yeah, hope you enjoyed my wolf paintings. If you like my stuff, go check out my Instagram. And if you want to paint along with me, Discord's where it's at. And yeah, nothing else to say really. Go follow Mr. Enemies and all the other streamers in the chat. For now, be nice to Ashley. She's a good friend of mine. Also a very, very good artist. I'm a mod there, so if not nice, I will end your life. But in the meantime, if I don't catch you before Monday, have a good weekend. Until then, yeah, cheers.